right, good evening. It is 6:03 and the board is coming back to open session. And we'll go ahead and start with the Pledge of Allegiance. So if everyone will take a moment and join me in the pledge. I think we'll have it pop up on the screen. There we go. We've got our flag. I pledge
allegiance to the flag
of the
of the United States of America
and
and to the republic for which stands one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, everyone. And we'll do roll call. We'll start with Ms. Mason.
Here.
Ms. Counds.
Here.
Ms. Durkee.
Here.
Ms. Mayo.
Here.
Okay, thank you. And so I'm here in the superintendent's office with Dr. Clark. Two guys, good haircuts, good masks, just having a good time here. So we'll be hearing again from him shortly. But let me go ahead and start with the report out from closed session. So negotiations, the board gave direction to staff on item 3.1, or which is now 7.1 in terms of the report. 7.2, discipline, dismissal, release. The board received information on one case. Existing litigation regarding Mount Diablo Unified School District versus Clayton Valley Charter High School. The board received information and gave direction. Regarding item 7.4, existing litigation, conference with legal counsel on Wise versus MDUSD workers' comp claim. The board voted 5-0 to authorize settlement in that matter. In terms of the evaluation for the superintendent, that is something that the board spoke briefly about. And then item 7.6, anticipated litigation. I've got something to read out here. That in closed session, the board voted 5-0 to file a lawsuit against Rocket Ship Education to recover facility fees for the 2017-2018, 2018-2019, and 2019-2020 school years. And that is our report out of closed session. With that, we're going to go ahead and move to public comment. We've gotten a great deal of public comment via email as well as voicemail. There have been, I believe there are 80 plus voicemails. And so public comment, the public may address the board regarding any item within the jurisdiction of the Board of Education of MDUSD that is not on this agenda. These presentations are limited to 3 minutes each, or a total of 30 minutes for all speakers, or the 3-minute limit may be shortened. If there are multiple speakers on any one subject, the public comment period may be moved to the end of the meeting. Speakers are not allowed to yield their time. And so what our practice has been as we've transitioned to these virtual meetings has been, it's sometimes difficult to, through the voicemails, understand which agenda item that people are requesting to speak on. And so we've done all the public comment together. We will do that this evening. Since there are 80 plus of them, we are going to go ahead and listen to the first minute of each public comment. And so with that, I will go ahead and turn it over to staff to begin the public comment.
Hello, my name is Patricia Hamachi, and I'm an elementary school teacher at Shore Acres. I'm calling to ask or to say that I strongly recommend that we distance teach only coming into the fall. Shore Acres community is disproportionately affected by COVID-19. At our school, we have students in FCC classes, we have foster youth, and ELLs. And these are all groups that are recommended to be at school 4 to 5 days. Our population as a whole in Bay Point has a majority of Latinx people, which this group, Latinx people, are disproportionately affected by COVID-19 as well. So for everyone's safety including the students, staff, teachers, and administrators working at Shore Acres, along with people who are contracted to work at our school. I strongly recommend that we distance teach in the fall. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Teresa Bola, and I teach at Crossroads High School for teenage mothers and their babies. And I'm just calling to let you know that I do not want to go back to work in any other capacity other than distance learning as we start the 2021 school year. Again, my name is Teresa Bola, and I truly would like to wait until we have a steady decline of COVID cases of at least 14 days before I am asked to go do in-person instruction again. Thank you so much. You can call me at 925.
Good evening. I'm calling to ask you to open Mount Diablo School District 100% safely, which is distance learning only. Currently, over 8% of the tested population has the virus in Contra Costa County. The virus is spread in air and takes 3 or more hours to dissipate. Infected persons are asymptomatic for 2 up to 14 days. Newly recognized symptoms by the CDC include congestion, runny nose, nausea, and diarrhea. All of these are common in students and may not even be recognized as a coronavirus infection. I recognize, as all other parents and teachers, that students will not wear their masks 100% of the time, nor will they socially distance 100% of the time.
This is Dr. Joyce Agrees. I'm the district audiologist. My site is Robert Sherritt Preschool. However, I see students with hearing loss at all sites in the district. Please reopen the school year in full distance learning mode. Many of our special education students are immunocompromised and do not deserve exposure to this virus. Our special education teachers are too vulnerable to risk losing even one of them. Thank you. Please open schools with 100% distance learning in the fall. The rates of infection are incredibly high and seem to be increasing. This is very dangerous. We cannot put students' lives at risk. Education is important, but staying alive is more important. Please open schools to 100% distance learning in the fall. Thank you.
Hello, I am calling to express my concern over the possibility of having students and teachers return in a full or hybrid model this fall. The COVID cases have continued to increase without any indication for improvement. By returning kids to the classroom, you are putting in jeopardy the lives of students, teachers, staff, and family members. Please help protect lives by opting for distance learning. Thank you. Bye.
I am a teacher with the district, and I'm very concerned about going back to school at this time, even with a hybrid model. I teach special education, and since we have smaller class sizes anyway, we may be one of the programs being considered for full-time. I have concerns because all of my students have struggles with behavior. It's why they're in our program. We have less students because our kids need more one-on-one attention than other students. If we choose the hybrid model, which honestly, looking at the COVID numbers, would be irresponsible in my opinion, we should not be expected to teach our normal class sizes when we already spend much of our day redirecting our students. And we'll be adding more rules to the equation, rules that if not followed, and it will be a challenge to get compliance with my students. I could easily see our kids coughing on each other as a game. It will put the lives of our students and our students' families and our teachers' lives at risk if we can't get the kids to follow.
Hello, I'm calling regarding tonight's live meeting for the Mount Diablo Unified School District, and I strongly feel that we should be at 100% remote learning come August for the safety of the students and the staff. Thank you.
Hi, this is Mike Eldridge. I'm a teacher at Pine Hollow Middle School, post-cancer surgery, post-radiation. but I'm really not that worried about whatever the particular virus would do with me. I'm worried about just that one kid who's supposed to be healthy, who is daily exposed to other kids who are supposed to be healthy, and all of whom take it home to each other. And so I'm just a little bit worried about maybe that one statistical one that's supposed to be healthy that doesn't make it. Of course, we have all of the other conflicts with our different needs for PPE and all that other good stuff, but I'm just worried about that kid. I just wanted to say that. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Erica Dahl, and I'm a preschool special ed deaf, hard of hearing teacher calling to leave a message voicing my concerns about the discussion of reopening. First of all, I want to say about this message, please change it so that there's a human saying what the voicemail is, the purpose of it is, and who we're leaving a message to. It's unprofessional, and it's misleading, and it's really inexcusable to have this line simply just have an automated person saying, your call is not available. Please leave a message. That's not good. Please change that. Second of all, our county has more cases happening today than they did when we closed in the first place. Okay? I'm not a guinea pig. My students are not guinea pigs. And I'm not going to put my family and my students' families' lives at risk because this district can't figure it out. Okay? We don't need to rush back into opening up. Let's calm down. Let's wait until we have some more scientific, medical-based information that supports safely reopening, which clearly we... Hi, I would like to leave a public comment for the board meeting tonight. I am a fourth grade teacher in Pleasant Hill, and I want it to be known that I feel comfortable going back to school using the hybrid model as long as I can be guaranteed that my classroom will be cleaned and that children will be screened and masks would be worn with the older children. Once again, fourth grade teacher, willing to go back to work and would like to go back to work using the hybrid model.
Hi, my name is Chelsea Klosterman, and I'm a third grade teacher at Rocket Ship Futuro Academy. I'm calling due to my concern with the mental health program potentially being housed at Glenbrook this year. For the past 2 years, I've shared a wall with Seneca students, which is another mental health program, as well as my back windows were open to their school wing and courtyard. On countless occasions, my students and I have witnessed Seneca students cursing, fighting, throwing rocks at our windows, and trying to distract my students by doing inappropriate things. Let me tell you that my students are only 8 and 9 years old, and seeing fear in their eyes when a fight breaks out, or when things are thrown at our windows, or the shock when curse words are thrown out all the time is heartbreaking as an educator, especially when there isn't anything I can do about it because we are sharing a facility. So I'm calling today to tell you that bringing in another mental health program would be inappropriate due to the lack of adequate safety and security measures that we can provide for.
Hello, I am a parent of an incoming kindergartner at Highlands Elementary School in Concord, California, and I am calling to leave my comments about the school district opening back up or doing distance learning. And for our family, it would definitely work much, much better if we had our child in school full time in person. As we've learned, the distance learning isn't as effective at all, especially with the kindergarten level, as the children need socialization and teacher's instruction, as well as our family would not be able to stay home and not work to be able to provide that sort of distance learning full time for our son. So that is our vote. I hope you please take that into consideration, as well as we recently also read some research that it's
Hello, my name is Amy Davis. I'm a third grade humanities teacher at RSA, and I've been working at RSA for 2 years. It's my understanding that MDUSD wants to open 2 mental health programs at Glenbrook for students in grades 7 to 12 for the 2021 school year. And based on my experience as a teacher at RSA, I think this is a harmful choice for community for 2 primary reasons. I think first, there's a social emotional needs of the proposed age group that does not match the current use of the campus. Our students at Rocket Ship are ages 4 to 11, which is a TK through 5th grade campus. And Rocket Ship has been at Glenbrook since the 2017-2018 school year. Second, the campus does not have adequate safety and security features to keep kids separate and safe. While I've been teaching at RSA for the past 2 years, there were some. Hello, President Lawrence and trustees Durkee, Cound, Mason, and Mayo. My name is Julia Jameson, and I am an English teacher at Mount Diablo High School. I am calling to implore you to reopen school in a 100% distance learning model for the safety of all students and staff. Until a time when cases are decreasing in Contra Costa County, until a time when we have more information about transmission between young people and between young people and adults, it is simply unsafe for us to open our schools for face-to-face instruction. I realize that there may be some exceptions that need to be made for students with special needs that prevent them from any successful distance learning.
Hi, I'm an MDUSD teacher, and I just wanted to call in and voice my support of starting the year through distance learning. Unfortunately, the rate of new infections in California has gone unchecked, and cases continue to increase. Given so many teachers and school staff are very vulnerable to this infection due to our age groups and due to pre-existing factors, I do believe that the board needs to do the responsible thing, consider the lives of students, staff, and teachers, and start the year through distance learning and prepare for in-person instruction in pods, perhaps 1 to 2 days a week as infections improve. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Miriam McCraney. I'm calling to say I'm a teacher at College Park High School, and I'm calling to give my opinion that we should do 100% distance learning because I think these safety guidelines are way too expensive considering the district's financial situation. Thank you. Bye.
Good afternoon. This message is for the Mount Diablo Unified School District board members and the task force. I am a mother of 2 young children at an elementary school in Clayton, and I just wanted to say that the governor spoke on Wednesday, and I quote, he said, "We must open schools for in-person learning. We hope to be at a very different place in a few weeks to be able to open schools." The Antioch School District has also pushed their date to September 1st in hopes that they can bring their students back on campus. Many states and areas in California, even with rising cases, have still announced full-time on-campus schooling because they know the need for young children to attend school in person is more important. A quote from the CDC, children are less likely to be hospitalized or succumb to this virus. As of June 24th, the CDC has said that 28% of children under the age of 15 have died from COVID, which is...
Good evening, School Board and Superintendent. My name is Cindy Aguilar, and I'm starting my 20th year of teaching in the Mount Diablo School District. I love teaching, and I love being in the classroom with students. However, there are many things that I love that I'm not doing right now because we are in the middle of a pandemic. As you know, our county's number of COVID cases are spiking. Well, as of last week, we were averaging 143 new cases a day compared to 34 cases a day the month before. We are in a much more severe situation than we were when we closed in March. I'm calling because I have great concerns about our district's reopening plans. It is asking us to do the complete opposite of everything that health experts recommend. Health experts say don't gather. The district's plan is asking us to have 15 students and a teacher or 16 people in a room together. Health experts say if you need to do something, you should do it outdoors. They won't even let people eat inside a restaurant.
Yes, hi. My name is Devin Jackson. I would like to encourage the Mount Diablo Unified School District to use outdoor classrooms during COVID-19 and the 2020-2021 school year if they're doing a hybrid learning model. If the hybrid learning model is not an option, then I would like to do the 100% distance learning model. I would like to suggest if we are doing a hybrid learning model, that we follow this pathway of outdoor learning via outdoor classrooms. Dear MDUSD parents and guardians, and students and community members, I have created a petition to encourage Mount Diablo Unified School District.
Hi, I'm a science high school teacher and a former virologist, one who's researched viruses, and I want to leave a public comment. No nation has tried to send children back to school with a virus raging at levels like the U.S., and the scientific research about transmissions in classrooms is limited. Any real-life interactions, all it takes is one exposure. 1 day, 2 days, 1 week, it makes a difference. The damage is done after being exposed once. One parent who got exposed at a job site or at an indoor family gathering, which could give it to their kids before they know it. Students have been at school for multiple days with virus, which can lead to giving it to school staff. Let's go with some stats. National Center of Education statistics says the average age of teachers is 45. About 40% of California teachers are over the age of 50. This age group exponentially shows increased hospitalization from COVID when comparing age groups. In Bradman University, they found that 80% of California school districts report shortage of qualified teachers. California Commission on Teacher Credentialing states that new teachers getting the credential has flatlined over the past 2 years.
Yes, I'm leaving a message for the board of Mount Diablo School District. I'm a parent and just wanted to voice my opinion. What kind of action will be taken to keep classrooms and campuses truly germ-free? Will there be a hiring pool for more custodians? Because the school system at the moment, having just 1 or 2 custodians for campus is not ideal, obviously. It's a concern. We already have a hard time keeping our schools clean, classrooms clean, and teachers should not be the only ones being held accountable. They're going to need a lot of help, a lot of manpower to keep the germs from spreading, especially with the little ones. So will there be more hiring of custodians?
Hi, my name is Chase Gerber, and I'm 7, and I want to go back to school so I can learn how to read. Because I don't know how to read yet. Thank you. I don't know how to read that much.
Yes, hi, good afternoon. I would like to just request or implore with you that you would commence the upcoming 2021 school year in 100% distance learning mode for the health and safety of all children and staff of the Mount Diablo Unified School District. Distance learning is a safe, positive, and educational way for both students and staff during this pandemic. As we know, the number of coronavirus infections continue to increase, and we cannot put a price tag on lives by physically opening our schools. We are learning more and more that we are all at risk, young and old, and the individuals who are asymptomatic, who have the virus, they don't know it, and they're walking around and spreading it even further.
Good evening, President Lawrence and trustees. I am Marie Gill, Regional Director for Rocketship Public Schools, and it is disappointing that I have to address this board regarding closed session agenda item 3.6 today. After months of building momentum towards a strong collaborative partnership with MDUSD, I received 3 unusually aggressive letters from Attorney John Ye in less than 3 weeks. These letters were riddled with inconsistencies, false claims, and outright hostility, all primers for a costly, lengthy court battle where attorney fees can reach 6 figures and the consequential losses to teachers, students, and relationships are tenfold. In a time where Rocket Ship has consistently stepped up to bring solutions to the district regarding the use of the Glenbrook Middle School campus, this aggressive strategy further discredits the honorable work and vision of Jose Espinoza, former assistant superintendent. For several months, Mr. Espinoza and I had been co-drafting a long-term lease agreement in lieu of Prop 39, which upon approval from the board would have
Yeah, hi. I just wanted to, from a special ed assistant viewpoint, just say that as much as I am tired of the distance learning and know that we all thrive, or the majority of people thrive better, and students with being in the classroom, I would have to say that not doing distance learning would put so many people at a very unsafe place right now with the amount of cases that we are seeing of COVID, that in order to keep people safe, that even though it's hard on the parents, it's hard on the teachers and the students, but it's the only way to keep people safe. And if we could all do the distancing as we're supposed to do, we wouldn't be in the place we are now. But to expect the students to come back and...
Hi, I'm calling regarding the board meeting, which is taking place tonight. And I would like to very much encourage, as a parent, a teacher in the community, I would very much like to encourage the Mount Diablo Unified School District to make a decision, as have other districts such as Brentwood, Oakley, West Contra Costa County, to begin the school year in full distance learning. I myself am an at-risk employee, and I do not believe, for the sake of our children, our families, and our staff, that beginning the school year in the classroom is a safe option. And I do believe we should start the new school year using 100% distance learning model. So I urge you to make this decision this evening to not reopen the schools as an on-site option, but to create the distance learning model.
Hello, my name is Carmen Escona, and I am the 6th grade resource specialist at Poston Hill Middle School. The reason I am addressing the board today is to urge you to hold off on any reopening plans and vote to begin the year with a 100% distance learning model. I realize that many of our students do not learn best when in their home environments. I realize that many of our students learn more effectively when they are at school. I realize that distance learning is not ideal for many of our students' educations, but it is necessary for their safety. The number of people infected with COVID-19 has only continued to rise in Contra Costa County. We have not effectively flattened the curve, and opening up schools at this point in time will put the students and teachers at risk. I have read the preliminary reopening plan, and while I applaud the district's efforts to try to provide the best education possible for every student, the proposed measures are not in the best interest of our school community. Even in a hybrid model, we are looking at hundreds of students coming to campus each day.
Hi, as a stakeholder for the district, Mount Diablo School District, I just wanted to leave a message and a proposal that for those that have the power to take your time on the decision of whether or not to reopen for a hybrid or distance learning format. The cases are rising. Contra Costa County is at 8% for those that are tested. That is a huge spike in the past few weeks, actually the past week specifically. It is naive to think that if we do open for a hybrid learning classroom environment, that we would remain so. Shelter in place would likely be thrust upon us again, and having students and staff juggle between distance learning and hybrid and then switch to complete distance learning again will only lead to a loss of learning.
Hi, my name is Decker. I am an incoming junior at Northgate High School in Walnut Creek. I just wanted to leave a message real quickly on the note of the debate on distance learning for schools across the district. I know that you guys are having a board meeting tonight to discuss the matter. From my student perspective, I believe that schools should remain distance learning for at least the first few months, just because there has been a rise in COVID cases over the last several weeks, and it seems it is the equivalent of a wave 2 of the virus. And I feel that we would be benefiting students more if we kept remote for just a little longer, rather than putting people in greater danger by creating higher exposure, even if there is a hybrid model that is used across the schools. And because mask enforcement is not exactly required, and it's especially not even required with younger audiences, which could be more likely to actually spread the virus to each other if that.
Hello, this is Dan Safran. I live in Pleasant Hill. I currently have no children or grandchildren in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. However, I am elderly and vulnerable, and I'm urging on behalf of myself and my wife, as well as my neighbors and the children and families and staff who are involved with the district, that you do not open the schools and spread contagion. That's what would happen. It's possible to do distance learning. There are many people who do it now, and if it requires more technical assistance, that certainly is affordable, and considering the consequences, very important to do that. So thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Hi, my name is Teresa Vetter, and I would love to urge the school board members to make the decision to open the school year in August in full distance learning mode. Education is important. Education in person is also important. But what's more important is being alive to get that education, and having teachers be alive to give that education. So please, I urge you, don't help the numbers go up. Help them go down, and go with 100% distance learning model until we can get a hold of this virus. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michelle Hackle, and I am an itinerant elementary music teacher, a general and vocal music teacher at Mount Diablo Unified School District. And I'd like to urge the board members to please open our schools at a full distance model this fall. Coronavirus is on the upswing in our state. I teach over 600 students a week. Any kind of model where we are face-to-face is not safe for them, their families, me, or my family. Thank you.
Yes, I'm calling in as a Chapter 43 CSEA member. I'm a special education assistant, and I do help with Zoom teaching, assistant teaching with students since the closure, and have great concerns about the upcoming school year with going back into school with the uptick in the virus, with the kids and adults not practicing distant learning and not having the proper sanitation, and the kids not coming with proper PPE or even not using it themselves. And, you know, with the bus systems, making sure that those are cleaned.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Philip Kubota. I'm a kindergarten teacher at Rio Vista Elementary in Bay Point. I would like to make the suggestion that we teachers get at least 2 weeks prior to the start of instruction to prepare for this. In a regular year, many teachers come in days before the 3 in-service days to get their classes ready. Those 3 days are never enough. We do not need to get to know you and team building exercises that waste a considerable amount of precious prep time. In preparation for hybrid, distance, or a combination of both learning, we need to have the time to sit down, strategize, and collaborate with our grade level teachers and others. We need time to put together supplies for kids to use at home. We need time to prepare handouts, worksheets, and packets. We need the time to get back up to speed, receive help, and learn/relearn how to navigate any platforms we plan on using. We need time.
Hello, board. My name is Ginger Megway. I've been a teacher in the district for 20 years. I urge the board to open our schools with 100% distance learning. As you are probably aware, other countries that opened schools only did so when the community spread of the virus was under control. In our county, the virus is resurging, and we are in far worse shape than when we closed last March. Unless safety precautions are extremely strict and rigorously enforced, our schools will become virus hotspots and we'll have to close all over again. And with a shortage of subs in the district, where will the district find qualified people to replace sick teachers? Thank you for your consideration.
Good evening, members of the board. My name is Daniel Buitrago. I'm currently a teacher at Oak Grove Middle School. I'm speaking today as both a teacher and as a parent of 3 kids in this district. I'll get right to the point. I acknowledge that there are no easy answers or quick solutions to the extreme challenges we face in this moment. I keep hearing the phrase safe return to schools, but I must say that nothing I have heard or seen over the past several weeks feels safe or puts my mind at ease. I must also state the obvious, that expecting hundreds of children to be on campus and follow CDC guidelines with fidelity is beyond laughable. But this is no laughing matter. The number of cases of COVID-19 in California are more than 25 times what they were when our district made the correct decision to shut down campuses on March 13th. The main reason that we have not returned to campuses since March 13th is because there has been no slowing or flattening of the curve.
Hi, my name is Eric Clifton. I teach 3rd grade at Delta View Elementary School. And just calling to leave a message for public comment. And my public comment is that we need to go, as a district, we need to go to 100% distance learning to start the year. And not only that, all year. We have to keep our members, all our teachers, and all our students safe. If you open up the schools, even for a hybrid, you're taking a risk, okay, a big one. And it's not the kind of risk where it's like a political thing. It's not the kind of risk where it's like, a certain program you're trying to implement. And
Hi, my name is Michael Schneider, and I would like to address the board in regarding the latest in the equity policy that was passed on June 8th, 2020. I'm asking that the words and the resolution that was put forth and approved be put in action and increase the number of equity meetings from a 2-year meeting to monthly to accelerate solutions that are needed within MDUSD. I've gone to a couple of the equity meetings, and here's some of my concerns. If you're a district that does not have reporting and tracking system to address inequities in real time, you may have an equity problem. If your school just received internet last year, you may have an equity problem. If you have 25 TK through K students suspended, you may have an equity problem.
Yes, Mount Diablo School Board members and listeners. I am a seasoned primary teacher with Mount Diablo, and I am very concerned to enter our classrooms in August for either hybrid learning or in-class learning. Whereas I do agree that TK through 2nd graders will have the most difficulty with remote and online learning, it seems at this point in time, it is the only feasible course of action to take. It is not just the young students that must be considered. It is also the teachers and staff necessary to run our schools. At this state, many school districts have decided in remote learning as the only choice for educating our students. LA Unified, 700,000 students, remote only. San Diego with 100,000 students, remote only. San Francisco will know more on Wednesday. Oakland will know more on Friday. Today, California has closed a wide range of indoor operations, statewide.
Good afternoon, members of the school board. My name is Jessica Seegers, and I work at Shaylin Special Ed Preschool. I'm calling due to the current COVID-19 numbers in our community, and I am asking you to start the school year with distance learning for all students until cases and for a number of cases decrease and it is safe to be in the classroom. I saw in the tentative plan that it was suggested that maybe special ed students could be in the classroom 4 to 5 days a week. I wanted to remind you that I spoke in front of the board back in March before we had our school closure, and I brought to your attention that the district did not have SEA positions correctly identified and posted. I looked more recently and I don't see any SEA positions for.
Hi, this is a message for the Mount Diablo Unified School District School Board, and I'm calling in regards to the meeting tonight. This is about the reopening of the schools in Mount Diablo Unified School District. My name is Deborah Wiley, and I'm a retired teacher librarian for the district. And I just want to encourage you that we should be following the lead of Brentwood, Oakland, West Contra Costa, which they've already determined that they're going to have full distance learning into this new school year. And I just want to say, please don't follow the threats about Betsy DeVos and President Trump that are making to take away the federal funding if our schools are not open in the fall. We're better than that. Let's put the safety of children and all adults, make those a priority. Please, let's just continue to teach remotely until the pandemic is over. Thank you for listening to my message, and good luck tonight. Thank you. Bye.
Hi, I'm a teacher in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. I vote for online schooling. My granddaughter is going into 2nd grade, and I can't even fathom the idea of exposing her to the virus. She has pre-existing conditions. I also have pre-existing conditions, and it makes me at high risk. So I can't imagine how it would be possible for the few custodians that we have on the campus to manage keeping the buildings clean, or will there be professionals that come in to do that job, and where would those funds come from? This puts a burden on us as teachers to do most of the cleaning, and I'm not in a position where I would like to do that. I feel that students won't be consistent in wearing their mask or keeping themselves clean, although they know they're in the lower risk of percentage, but they're carrying virus and could be asymptomatic and have the virus from their parents. Or we could have it and
Hello, thank you for taking my call. This is Mary Ann Barabeck from Riverview Middle School. I am calling to ask the board to adopt a full distance learning model, as has LA Unified and other districts in our area, due to the rise in COVID-19. I would like to urge the district to work in partnership with teachers through their union and make sure there is an MOU, a memo of understanding, in place that addresses the issues that are going to arise in all learning models. The current board has not done this in good faith in recent years. It stalled contract negotiations and hired and then had to fire a superintendent who was not qualified, then failed. So that our students don't fail and can get the best education in a bad situation, I am hoping we get a full distance learning model.
Hi, this message is for public comments for the Mount Diablo Board of Education meeting today, July 13th. I'm the mother of 2 elementary school kids in the district and respectfully request that the board please set minimum standards for distance learning. Neither of my elementary school kids have had any instruction since March, so they have learned nothing since then. They are not able to self-teach by doing independent work. Honestly, I find it absurd that anyone would think young elementary school kids could self-teach. Please, we all need to know if this board is going to allow this approach to distance learning continue. Whether in person or remotely, teachers must teach next year. But if they will not be required to by the district, as was the case this spring, please at least inform us of that now so we can plan accordingly. Thank you.
Good morning or good afternoon. I am a MDUSD employee. I am a special education assistant working specifically with behaviorally challenged children. I want it on the record that I am not comfortable coming back in a school year. There's no way you can protect me from being spit on, bit, having fecal matter spread on me, urinated on. None of those things can you protect me from and protect me from the coronavirus. I would also like it on record that you should be signing our MOU for a stipend for distance learning. It's $25 a month. Teachers get stipends for their phones and aides get nothing. I don't believe that the district cares about their.
Hello, Mount Diablo School Board. Thank you for the opportunity to comment on the district's preliminary opening plan. I'm Angela Beber, 3rd grade teacher at Shore Acres Elementary, Bay Point. I would like to raise concerns regarding the recent reopening plans. 3 months ago, I couldn't imagine beginning a new school year without setting up my classroom with shiny new tags and welcoming my new students to their desks with smiles and playing games to get to know our community of learners. But today, I see the COVID-19 cases in California continue to increase, and that our beloved Bay Point community is disproportionately affected. According to the American Pediatric Association, local school leaders, public health experts, educators, and parents must be at the center of decisions about how and when to reopen schools, taking into account the spread of COVID-19 in their communities and the capacities of school districts to adopt safety protocols to make in-person learning safe and feasible.
Hi, my name is Anita Johnson. I am the president of the Mount Diablo Education Association. I am calling to let you know that our executive board met this afternoon and has passed a resolution which I will read to you now. Whereas the rates of COVID-19 infections and deaths are spiking and setting new records every day, therefore, be it resolved, Medea believes that MDUSD schools should not physically open while there continue to be new cases in our vicinity. MDUSD should open in a distance learning model and should remain in the distance learning model until there have been no new cases in Contra Costa County for 14 days. Thank you.
Good afternoon. This is Celeste Graybill, the principal of Wren Avenue Elementary, and I would like to address the board tonight. I did send an email, and this is what I wrote. I feel compelled to speak to you today in regards to what is possibly the biggest decision as a school board member you will ever have to decide and vote on, the beginning of the 2020-2021 school year. As a former teacher, current principal, and parent, I do not envy your position. In my role as both a teacher and a principal, one of my biggest concerns at this moment is the lack of time afforded to prepare for whatever decision is made. Our teachers need more than 3 paid days to prepare for 100% distance learning or the hybrid model. Our school administrators and staff need more than 10 days to prepare. It is imperative in this time of uncertainty and upcoming contract negotiations, we treat our teachers and staff as the professionals they are and build in the time truly needed to create a successful and robust school year for
Hello, my name is Denise Marks and I teach kindergarten at Ayers Elementary. I love my job and I love my students, but at this time, I would implore the school board to please take into consideration not only the health and welfare of our precious children that we teach, but also of our staff and faculty and many other employees that we have of the district. We just don't know as this COVID-19 situation evolves what the ramifications may be for us being in the class. And if you move to have us teach in person, I will comply with that, but I do implore you to please put into place mandated safety protocols, which may, I hope, include masks for all, temperature checks at the site, as well as all the PPE and.
I'm calling on behalf of, I'm a citizen here in Pleasant Hill, and it's just giving the Mount Diablo School District the encouragement to say, make sure all special ed assistants are paid very well. Just keep it up to snuff because they work as hard as the teachers, if not more so. But yay for the special ed assistants in the Mount Diablo School District. Thank you for keeping them in consideration when they're bargaining. Or what?
My name is Nick Bever. I'm a longtime Concord resident and proud local crackpot. I'm also opposed to the district's reopening proposal, which seems dangerous and ill-advised. For starters, if the staff becomes infected, it could cripple the district budget for perhaps the next decade, sending premiums for healthcare and workers' comp spiraling out of control. Worse than that, Contra Costa is, at best, months away from herd immunity. It'll take time, even after a vaccine is created, so we could have high exposure for the rest of the calendar year, and that exposure will affect children of color the most, as both nationally and in Contra Costa itself, they're more likely to be infected. All lives might matter, but it's people of color who die first. That's unconscionable, whether it's a distant bullet or a district bulletin that doesn't. But uncertainty is the biggest problem. Facts about the virus are changing almost daily. In this unstable environment, it would be irresponsible to ask thousands of students and staff to walk back into confined classrooms.
My name is Tara O'Keefe, and I am a network tech for our schools. I am calling regarding the viability of the newly created Director of Technology and Innovation position that I see encompasses 3 jobs. Number 1, a Director of Technology to manage our infrastructure and the systems and people needed to keep them running, as well as plan for the future. 2, a Director of Technology Support in charge of managing thousands of devices running on interconnected wired and wireless networks, along with network staff. And 3, a new distance learning role focused on getting several thousand teachers up to speed with online learning. Besides a Director of Technology, we also need a distance learning professional, but not by just adding on to the responsibilities of the recently combined Technology Director roles. Please consider having both a Director of Technology and a distance learning professional. Thank you.
Yes, I'm a teacher at Shore Acres Elementary School in Bay Point, and in response to the COVID-19 and the tremendous surge in the COVID cases in Bay Point, I implore the board to start the school year on distance learning. This would not be safe for students, for staff members, for the community. I cannot impress my opinion any stronger than the fact that the school district should start the school year on 100% distance learning. Thank you.
Hello, I was just calling in as a teacher in the district of 23 years, as well as a parent of 2 high school age kids. And I am just calling, I know everyone feels so differently about this whole situation. Personally, my vote would be to be live in person as much as possible, as much as the county and the state guidelines allow us to be in the classroom. I feel like for those that are comfortable sending their kids to school, if they're essential workers and need a place for their kids to learn, that should be an option with the safety allowing it. And same for teachers that are comfortable. I went into teaching to work with kids and to be with kids, and distance learning. I worked really hard as a teacher, but it was challenging, and kids really had a hard time, especially younger age kids.
Good evening. I taught in the district for 20 years, but left 3 years ago to teach in the private sector. I currently have 2 kids in one of our district's high schools. While I recognize the safety concerns, I feel saddened to think about distance learning full time, because this last spring clearly demonstrated that very little learning was actually happening. My junior had less than 2 hours of assignments each day, even though junior year is known to be the most challenging. Furthermore, he and others had almost no teacher instruction via pre-recorded videos or live Zoom sessions, even though this generation is so tech savvy and fully capable. If we have to resort to distance learning, teachers must be prepared to actually start teaching. And maybe then parents and students would not feel the need to push so hard to come back to school to actually be taught.
My name is Delia Tully. I have had 2 children in the district, with my oldest one starting at Sequoia Elementary back in 2011. Throughout the past decade, I've served on a parent association board, I've donated money, and I've volunteered in the classroom. Outside of the 2 Sequoia schools we've been a part of, I also volunteered and fundraised for a program called Buena Vista Auxiliary, which used to fund a tutoring program for many of the Mount Diablo elementary schools. I only mention all this background so you know that I do greatly care about the quality of education in the district for all students. The quality of education in the spring in Mount Diablo district was not great. In my opinion, there was simply not enough actual teaching going on. Throughout the district, I know many teachers worked very hard to make it work with what they had. Other teachers I know did very little. There was also confusion and frustration among students and parents due to the inconsistency between which platform was being used, i.e. Pearson, Google Classroom, Aries, etc. Whether it's a hybrid model or 100% virtual, the district needs to give.
Hi, this is a teacher, and I just want to let you know that distance learning does not work for our children. We must return to normal. Students need other students, mentally, emotionally, academically. Children need children. They need to laugh together, play together, learn together. Same with teachers. Teachers need other teachers. Students need other students. In my own experience as a teacher, a parent, and someone who has a daughter in the school district system, she was extremely depressed. And I don't want me or my daughter to be suicidal. We have to go back to normal. It's a must. Everyone's overreacting. There's 0 cases for children, very low cases, and very, very low deaths, maybe 0.002%. And those are for ages very older people that have other conditions like cancer, heart disease, etc. Hi, I'm a concerned parent making a comment for Monday's meeting. I realize that Brownwood, Oakley, and West Contra Costa County have deemed it full distance learning. However, our district, Mount Diablo School District, is still trying to send our children to school. I've thought about how many times my child has been sick due to an encounter at school. So how are you going to stop our children from getting COVID? Something that can potentially kill them, something that can cost $1 million in hospital bills, and something that can put the family all in danger. How are you going to prevent our children from getting sick? How are you going to keep a mask on a child when they all want to talk to each other, be close with each other? Kids don't even wash their hands during lunch. You guys give them a squirt of hand sanitizer. I work for the school district. So I know there's no way possible that you can keep our children safe. Children will get sick with this disease and possibly die. So is that
I am calling to urge the board to start the 2020-2021 school year in distance learning. I have a spouse who works in the Mount Diablo Unified School District and another child who goes to school in another district, which is starting online in distance learning mode. I do not feel safe sending my spouse back to school at this time with the current COVID numbers. Please do the right thing, do the safe thing, and don't open the schools yet. Start the school year with distance learning only. Thank you.
I'm a teacher in the district, and I support the idea that we should return to school with 100% distance learning. I have an underlying condition of diabetes and asthma, and if I came home after being infected and infected my wife and she died, I would be very upset with you, and I would hold you personally accountable for her death, let alone mine. I work with kids in special education, in preschool, among others. And these kids who are cognitively impaired, should they return to school, how are they going to monitor themselves when they sneeze and cough and their noses are running? Are you out of your minds? I really want you to think.
Hello, my name is Anne-Marie Baldoff, and I am an art teacher at Riverview Middle and Bay Point. If the school board won't meet face-to-face to discuss reopening because it's not safe for them, that's not safe for children and teachers to be meeting face-to-face in the classroom. For example, CNN reported yesterday 3 Arizona teachers who shared a classroom got COVID-19 and one of them died. Do not play Russian roulette with our lives. As Fremont Unified School Board told teachers, teaching will be online until the county has 1 week of no new viruses. Equity. Top districts keep their students and staff safe, and Mount Diablo should also. Looking at a graph of COVID-19 cases and deaths in March, when we were sent home for distant learning, and looking at the graph now with rising numbers, makes you wonder why it's safe for schools to go back.
My name is Danielle Hafner. As an educator and a parent, I know that distance learning is hard. It does not meet the needs of every student, but no one educational system or plan does, ever. And in this very difficult time, the only 100% safe way for our students and our teachers is 100% distance learning. So I urge the board to vote to open up the school this year with 100% distance learning for the safety of all our communities. Time will catch up with ourselves. We will be able to meet the needs of our students. It may not be right now at this time that they're going to get the same kind of education they would normally, but we will catch up. Thank you.
Hi, I am a special education assistant who's ready to return in-person instruction in August. Distance learning is detrimental to students because it does not address their social, emotional needs and falls very short in preparing them academically for the difficult world ahead. I experienced firsthand how distance learning did not rise to the occasion with my twins who were seniors last spring. I also witnessed how detached the special needs students were during Zoom. They deserve better than distance learning. They need the schools to rise to the occasion and make in-person instruction a reality. Our future depends on it. Thank you.
I'm calling as a concerned parent of 2 children from the Mount Diablo Unified School District. My concern is in-person classes, full or partial, during this COVID-19 pandemic.
I do not approve, and I believe schools do not have the infrastructure or resources to keep our children safe. I do not approve of having face-to-face classes, and at this time, distance learning is our only safe option. Opening schools will result in an outbreak in our community, and we may lose more lives. Please vote for distance learning for this 2020-2021 school year. Thank you.
Hello, I am a teacher for the district. I'm an independent study teacher, and I am 100% on board with 100% distance learning. As an alternative education teacher, I'm in close contact with students as my colleagues are, and there have been times when my students have come in sick and I've immediately sent them home. Our quarters where we work are questionable in terms of the ventilation system, questionable in terms of sanitation, and we have students who live with or communicate very closely with high-risk grandparents and other family members, and it's just a bad situation altogether, as according to science, this virus may ramp up during flu season along with the normal flu.
Hello, my name is Eriko Odo Karimi, and I'm a teacher at Pine Hollow Middle School. And I hope this message is reaching the board meeting tonight. And I would like to say that I am very, very concerned about the safety of the teachers and the students. In your preliminary plan, you mentioned that students may wear masks, and we will have the students partially at school, physically at school. But we are not ready to have only 10 students in the class if you want to keep the social distancing. We can have no more than 10 students or 8 students. And then how do we do that? We do not have the budget or fund to buy teachers masks, face shields, and the sanitizer for hands. So how do we proceed? And then
Hi, I was calling in regards to the upcoming school year. My opinion on whether distance learning or hybrid learning. I feel that it would be safer for the students and the teachers to start off in a distance learning model versus hybrid. And when things start settling down, going to a hybrid model. Also, I read something yesterday that made complete sense. It said something along the lines of,
And does that complete our public comment?
100% distance learning model for all students until cases diminish and it's safe to be in the classroom. As a preschool special ed teacher, I really appreciate the district's acknowledgement that our children are the most in need of in-person instruction. Our autism-specific SDC preschool classroom usually has myself, a teacher, and 4 special education assistants to provide intervention support to our 10 children in working towards their IEP goals. We have a really high ratio of adult support because it's needed to provide a high level of intervention. the same high level of hands-on adult support with our children who primarily cannot wear masks or physically distance. It's not developmentally appropriate for them, nor based on their disability is it going to be easy for them to do.
Good morning, board members. My name is Elvira Martinez, and I'm a dual language teacher at Shore Acres Elementary. I'm calling you to implore that you vote for 100% distance learning this year. With all the uncertainty about whether it is safe to go back to school and the push to get back to school because the students will be affected if they don't return to school, I ask you to consider all the uncertainties about returning to school safely. The uncertainty whether someone will be able to clean our classrooms, whether teachers, administrators, staff, and students will get the virus and take it back to their families, whether the school will be shut down again, whether we will all have all the proper precautionary measures in place. Based on all these uncertainties, how can we be certain that the students will be able to learn and teachers will be able to teach? Please vote yes on 100% distance learning so that our community can be safe and we can focus on teaching and learning. Thank you for your time. Bye.
Hello, my name is Josh Cueto. I'm a teacher at College Park High School, and I'm speaking to you today in the hopes that you will consider 100% distance learning for our return to school this fall. I've been a teacher in this district for 13 years, and in that time, this is the first time that I've ever directly addressed the school board. It's my belief that a reopening of our schools, even with a hybrid model, will end in disaster for our district. It seems almost certain that this would lead to children being infected with the virus, which would then trigger an inevitable and abrupt shutdown of in-person learning. On top of the very human cost of this scenario, a sudden shift to distance learning would likely create a model of learning similar to the one that we experienced at the beginning of the shelter in place in March. Teachers and students would be expected to, in an atmosphere of panic and frustration, quickly adapt to remote instruction after being invested in an in-person model. I believe this would be a massive blow to instruction and learning, and I ask you to do what many other districts have done.
I believe for the safety of all, we should be at 100% distance learning this fall. Hi, my name is Frida Steen, and I'm a parent in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. I have 4 sons in 3 different schools in the district. I'm calling in regards to the reopening of school next August. I am going to ask the board and Dr. Clark to please consider strongly having the schools do full distance learning for the near future. Given all the numbers and data that we are seeing coming in with the news, going up with COVID infections throughout our county, my fear is both for our students, but primarily for the adults working with them in the schools. And until we have more funding to ensure their safety, I don't think that it would be a responsible thing to open up our schools physically. I hope you will consider my recommendation and request, and I look forward to hearing what the board decides tonight. Thank you very much.
Hi there. I'm a parent of an incoming kindergartner at Highlands Elementary, and I just wanted to leave my comment that I hope that the Mount Diablo Unified School District will do everything they can to get our kids back into school full-time 5 days a week, or even part-time 5 days a week, just given the challenges with staying at home with kids and trying to work, and in that we know that kids are not spreading the virus as much as adults are, and also knowing that we're seeing these rising cases happen predominantly among older populations. I don't see there a need for complete distance learning, and I hope that Mount Diablo School District will not go towards a full-time distance learning, and that we can get our kids back into school as soon as possible, and as long as we can do so safely. Thank you.
I am a first grade teacher. Starting in March, many of my at-risk Title I students did not have the home support to engage and continue with the curriculum online, if they even had online access at all. This was due to a myriad of unfortunate family circumstances. It will be the same in August. Phonemic awareness is the key to learning to read, and in my opinion, cannot be done through distance learning. The banter between student and teacher is rapid fire with constant reinforcement and correction. They have to have direct in-person instruction with a credentialed teacher or a parent who is capable and has willingly taken on this task. For too many of my students, this is not the case. My question is, what are your plans for these students if we only offer 100% distant learning? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Rogstad, and I am a special ed preschool teacher at Robert Scheer. And I am very concerned about the expectation to have our special ed preschool children go back to school. Due to the rate of COVID in our area, I urge the district to begin the school year using a 100% distance learning model for all students until cases diminish and it is safe to be in the classroom. As a preschool SPED teacher, I appreciate the district's acknowledgement that our children are most in need of in-person instruction. Our autism-specific SDC pre-K classes, as well as the mild mod classes, usually have a teacher and 1 to 4 SEAs to provide intervention to support 10 to 12 children in working toward their IEP goals. This high level of hands-on adult support with children who primarily cannot wear masks or physically distance themselves and require close proximity is why I urge the board to wait and send pre-K SPED students and staff back into the classroom until it is considered safe.
Good morning. I just recently left a message for the Mount Diablo Unified School District for tonight's board meeting. My name is Sherry Martinez, and I sent individual emails last night to all of you regarding safely reopening our schools using a 100% distance learning approach for the fall of 2020. These are some questions that are crucial to being able to answer if the MDUSD decides to reopen with any form of in-person education this fall. Things to think about. If a teacher tests positive for COVID-19, are they required to quarantine for 2 to 3 weeks? Is their sick leave covered, paid? Number 2, if that teacher has 5 classes a day with 30 students each, do all 150 of those students need to stay home and quarantine for 14 days? Number 3, do all 150 of those students now have to get tested? Who pays for those tests? Are they
Hello, this is Francine Spalak. I'm a CSEA at Pleasant Hill Elementary School, and we need to have the MOU signed to cover the use of the internet for distance learning if and when the school does not open in August, and even if it does, if they decide to do distance learning. It's very important. I work closely with a one-on-one 11-year-old girl, and she does need one-on-one help, and there are several other children with special needs at my school that need help, and we need to be covered under this stipend. So
and I don't like working on the computer. I want to go back to school.
Hi, my name is Sarah Marks, and I'm the parent of 2 students at 2 separate school sites in MDUSD. I urge you tonight to make a decision regarding the return to school. Choose hybrid, choose online only, or choose full-time. Either way, your decision tonight will allow administrators, staff, parents, and students to start planning now, which will optimize our success this fall. Your decision will allow administrators to gain the numbers of who will really be registering at their site this fall, so they may determine class placements. It will allow teachers to reimagine what their lessons may look like in a virtual classroom. And it will allow parents to make arrangements for childcare. It will allow students to understand that whichever method you select was selected with their best interest at heart. Additionally, I'd like to encourage you to delay the return of students at least 1 week or more this fall.
Good afternoon. Please open the school year in August using a 100% distant model or full distant learning. Thank you.
Hello, I am calling to ask the board to please allow teachers who are willing to meet with high needs students, specifically special education students, in our classrooms, should we go to 100% distance learning for the fall. With personal protective equipment and good sanitation practices, we could meet safely with 1 to 2 students and a special education assistant. Students with autism and or intellectual disability cannot access curriculum without a high level of adult support, which their parents cannot provide to them at home because they are doing other things and because it is very hard to have a student with intellectual disability and autism. They are not receiving a free and appropriate public education. It is unreasonable to expect parents to suddenly know how to be special education teachers when it has taken me 14 years to really learn how.
The beauty of a democracy is people make change through their voice. In a republic, the people's voice is the representation. The education system cannot be an exception to this. As we approach tumultuous times that will be full of turmoil this coming fall, it is imperative that the student's voice is accepted, respected, and listened to. For this very reason, I expect that item 11.2 regarding student board member to be an action item at the next meeting. Thank you. The beauty
Hello, my name is Nancy Hagan. I'm an elementary teacher in Mount Diablo Unified. I'm asking the board and district leadership to please vote to reopen our school year with full distance learning model for the safety and health of our students, staff, and community. Thank you. Hello, this is a comment for the board meeting for July 13th. My name is Krista Miller, and I'm a parent and teacher in the Mount Diablo Unified School District. I have grave concerns about the ability of the district to open schools safely, even in a hybrid manner on August 13th. The number of COVID-19 cases is greatly increasing across the country and locally here in Contra Costa County. Mount Diablo is already in a budget crisis. There are not enough funds to pay for PPE for teachers and staff. There are not enough funds to pay for cleaning supplies, for sanitizing classrooms. And there are not enough funds to pay for substitutes when teachers or staff are required to quarantine at home due to exposure to COVID-19 at work. As a middle school teacher, if I'm exposed to COVID-19 by a student, that student has also exposed 6 other teachers in addition to any other staff members that they interacted with in the office, cafeteria, or elsewhere on campus. Hello, I'm calling you today because as a high school science teacher, I work hard to keep up with the actual science and facts behind the dangers of COVID-19. I want to share with you that in my professional opinion, opening schools as our pandemic is worsening is irresponsible.
We are discussing opening schools at a time when cases in Contra Costa County are surging, and throughout California, hospitals are once again becoming overwhelmed. If you are ready to open up our campuses, you need to also be ready to send emails notifying families of students, teachers, and employees who have died from COVID. You are in a powerful position right now of choosing life or death. When this is all said and done, we will all be personally connected to someone who has died from COVID-19.
Hi, my name is Kathleen Foster, and I work at Oak Grove Middle School. I have taught there for 15 years. I'm also an alumnus of Mount Diablo Schools, graduating from Universal Valley in 1995. I want to urge the school board to consider moving to distance learning in the fall with 100% distance learning, because we keep seeing more and more cases of COVID-19 and more school districts deciding to go to distance learning. Just today, Los Angeles Unified and San Diego both announced that they will be doing 100% distance learning in the fall. And it's true, in the future we may look back and say that we were overly precautious, but personally I would much rather laugh at ourselves a little bit in the future and say, oh, we overreacted a little bit.
Hi, my name is Nancy Coffey. I'm a teacher in Mount Diablo Unified School District. I'm also a resident of Mount Diablo Unified School District, and I'm strongly urging the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board to approve the tentative agreement that is presented to you tonight, as well as I think it is important that you add to the agenda that you will be discussing whether or not the school will go to distance learning. On the agenda, it does not clearly state whether or not you're going to be discussing the different models or a vote to follow a distance learning model. As rates are going up in Contra Costa County, there is a lot of concern about the reopening of schools. Thank you very much.
Hello, I'm a teacher and I'm calling to express a concern that I have about the upcoming opening for the school year. And I'm concerned because we need to take the virus seriously. It is a serious, real thing. The COVID infection has deadly consequences for some, and less than deadly but serious consequences for others. So please do not expect for me to go into the germy environment that is the classroom and put myself and my family at risk in the process. We can talk all day about how we should wear masks, but to enforce elementary school children to wear a mask all day is not realistic. And the idea of trying to enforce those rules is not realistic.
Good afternoon, board members. I am a teacher at Meadow Homes Elementary School in Concord. I am calling to voice my concerns about going back to classroom instruction with my students in August. As much as I would love to start the school year in the classroom with my students, I don't think it is the most responsible decision at the present time. I urge the board members to follow the lead of many school districts in the Bay Area to begin the school year in full distant learning mode. Given the fact that the coronavirus is currently rising at a rapid rate in our state, the health and safety of our students, their families, and teachers should always be our top priority. Thank you for listening and taking to heart my urgent concerns.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Melanie Jarrett, and I'm a middle school science teacher with the district. My first day of maternity leave was coincidentally the last day students were on campus this year due to the pandemic. So I have a brand new baby at home. Her grandparents haven't held her, nor have her aunts or uncles due to the coronavirus. Yet, here we are, having the virtual meeting to discuss whether schools should be reopened and I should return to work to put myself, my students, and my family at risk. Because my baby is under 1 year old, she has twice the likelihood of other children in other age groups of developing critical conditions related to COVID-19. That is to say, if I contract COVID-19 at work and bring it to her, she's more likely to be hospitalized or even die as a result. If school opens in a hybrid model or full-time, I'll be forced to choose between the health of my family and my career. Many other teachers will be in this position, adding insult to egregious injury during a time.
Hi, I'm a teacher at Sequoia Elementary, and I please urge you tonight to think of the staff and teachers that are giving our time and our love and our energy to students. And remember that we can't give our lives too. We give so much. Please consider fully distanced or a hybrid with the option for a fully distanced tonight. Thank you.
Hello, my name is David Hevel, and I teach at Mount Diablo High School. I wanted to express my concern about reopening school in the fall using a hybrid model of learning. I do not believe the district is capable of implementing the necessary safety precautions to ensure the safety of students, staff, and teachers. With the rise in cases in surrounding municipalities, I believe it is inevitable that students and teachers will contract the virus if we have in-person classes. One by one, the California schools are choosing distance learning to protect their communities. I do not trust the district will hire the needed custodial staff to keep campuses clean. I do not trust the district will provide the necessary PPE for students and staff. I do not trust that you will provide cleaning supplies and paper towels in my classrooms. I do not trust parents will properly screen all of their children before sending them to school.
Good evening. I taught in the district for 20 years, but left 3 years ago to teach in the private sector. I currently have 2 kids in one of our district's high schools. While I recognize the safety concerns, I feel saddened to think about distance learning full-time, because this last spring clearly demonstrated that very little learning was actually happening. My junior had less than 2 hours of assignments each day, even though junior year is known to be the most challenging. Furthermore, he and others had almost no teacher instruction via pre-recorded videos or live Zoom sessions, even though this generation is the most tech-savvy and fully capable. If we have to resort to distance learning, teachers must be prepared to actually start teaching. And maybe then parents and students will not feel the need to push so hard to come back to school to actually be taught.
And that concludes our public comment for this evening.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Thank you for our public for calling in and sharing thoughts with us. Item 9.1, district organizations. At regular board meetings, a single spokesperson of each recognized district organization may make a brief presentation. Items are limited to those which are informational. And correct me if I'm wrong, staff, but I don't believe that we have any of those. Is that correct?
We do have an attachment on that particular item in ESB with 2 organizations having made written statements.
So I will go ahead and read these. Thank you. So Oakland Unified and all of East County schools have elected to start via distance learning. For the safety of our students and our employees, I strongly urge the board to do the same thing for MDUSD. That's from Jane Kwiatkowski, CST First VP, CHS Registrar. And then we also have from Annie Nolan. This is Annie with CSEA. We have some concerns as we had during school with this distance learning. If the teachers are not contacting us and we don't have their phone numbers, how are we supposed to help the students? Some of it went okay because they are contacted. So there has to be another system. We don't have teachers' phone numbers, just like they probably don't have our phone numbers. My members wanted to help. I had phone calls before during the school year. I'm sure we can find something for all of my members to do. So thank you to Annie and thank you to Jane for that. So with that, we move along to the review and potential approval of our superintendent, Dr. Adam Clark, who's here in the room with me. And so with over 20 years in education, Dr. Clark began his career as an elementary teacher in the West Contra Costa Unified School District. After becoming an administrator in Contra Costa County, he served as a middle school vice principal, elementary school principal, middle school principal, and high school principal. So he did it all. Once he transitioned into the district office, he served as the assistant superintendent of administrative student services in the Liberty Union High School District, and as the associate superintendent of educational services in the Antioch Unified School District. And then he has spent the last 3 years as the superintendent in Vallejo. So with that, I would open it up to board members.
I would make a motion that we approve the appointment of the fabulous Dr. Clark as a new member of the Mount Diablo Unified School District family as superintendent.
I'll second.
Oh. We're all very excited.
Yeah, well, there is a battle to see who would be the second. We'll go with Ms. Durkee. But Ms. Count, we'll let you go ahead and vote first. How do you vote?
All right, I vote yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes, absolutely yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. So congratulations, Dr. Clark. I'll turn it over to you to say a few words, and then board members, if you'd like to chime in as well, by all means, please do so.
Well, thank you so very much, Brian, President Lawrence, and the rest of the trustees. I appreciate this opportunity, and this is an opportunity that I do not take lightly. And I am well aware of the challenges that not only face the Mount Diablo Unified School District, but also face the county and the state, and actually the world that we're kind of going through now. However, I am committed to high quality student instruction, and I'm committed to creating an environment where the district operates with complete transparency. I am committed to working with our, all of our employee groups. Our employee groups are essential in meeting the needs of each and every student, and all of our employee groups hold equal responsibility on supporting students. And lastly, I am so thrilled to be able to influence the lives of young people in a positive way. And I cannot wait to get to work and start learning the ins and outs of the district and finding ways that we can, make sure that all students are having positive experiences. So with that, I thank you again, President Lawrence, and all the trustees. I'm honored for this, for this tremendous responsibility. Thank you.
Thank you. And thank you.
Do we each get to say something too? I just wanted to say, Dr. Clark, we're super excited to have you here in our district. It's incredible how your experience, your breadth of experience, both at all levels of education, but also in many various communities, really is just a perfect fit for our district. And so I look forward to seeing how you proceed in getting to know all of our different communities and employees in the district, and moving forward our equity policies and agenda to make sure that every student really has the opportunity to succeed in our district. So thank you.
Other board members? Ms. Durkee,
I'll just, I was
Go
waiting. I
ahead.
was trying to be respectful and let everybody else
Go ahead.
go
Go.
first. So yeah, I'm just going to echo that thing. We're really excited. I'm personally really excited also to have you again, given your experience. Also, your support and love for adult education is critical too. So I appreciate your comments earlier about that. So, so yeah, I think you could tell, hopefully you can tell this board is, strong in the sense that, we really work together well, and we welcome you to that teamwork and really, plan to work with you as a team so that we can move everything forward. So thank you for accepting the opportunity.
And I was just going to say that I'm very excited and looking forward to this next phase in Mount Diablo School District as someone that's been involved in this district since I started kindergarten in 1960. And I hope you are equally excited and looking forward to moving forward with this district.
And Ms. Mayo?
Yes, thank you. Dr. Clark, I wanted to share with you that many people have reached out to me to congratulate me and the entire board and our school district on your acceptance of working with our district. The terms that were used in email and phone conversations were that you were an effective listener, that you are an amazing communicator, and that you are an instructional leader that will benefit our students greatly. There were also comments about how you are able to provide leadership not only with students and with adults within our community, but that you also help provide leadership in the organizations that you work with. So all of those are traits that we want in a superintendent, and we're looking forward to working with you.
And I would just cap it off by saying I've been stunned by the number of different people who I've heard from across the board with so many positive things. And it's been people, former students of yours, former teachers when you were a principal, people from Vallejo, but just people from West Contra Costa across the board. And it has just been overwhelming. And I've had numerous people say this is the absolute best decision you could have made. So on behalf of the entire board, we're incredibly excited to have you joining us. So thank you. All right. So with that, we're going to move along to our next item, which is the review and potential approval of the employment contract for the superintendent. Would someone like to make a motion on that, please? We appointed him.
I'll do it. So, Mr. President, I move the approval of the contract with our new superintendent, Dr. Adam Clark.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you,
Mr. President, is there a requirement that we briefly review the contract details before we take a vote?
I'm not aware that there was, but I'm happy to pull it up here. So the funding for this would come from the general fund. It is a $298,000 base annual salary. It is a $2,000 advanced degree annual stipend, a $300 monthly travel allowance. And then the other parts of this are that it would start effective 1 week from today, which is July 20th, and those are the major items that I would call out from this.
And the contract is attached to the agenda.
The contract is attached to the agenda, and it runs through June 30th, 2023. So those are the particulars. Ms. Mayo, is there anything else that you were looking for? Okay, great. Ms. Mayo, we'll go ahead and start the voting with you.
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
And I also vote yes. It's 5-0. Congratulations. All right. So now we need to continue to build out the team to help the superintendent. And so with that, I bring up the review and potential approval of personnel appointment, the Director of Technology and Innovation. And Dr. Gonzalez, I believe that's over to you.
Yes, thank you. President Lawrence, board members, Superintendent Clark, members of the cabinet, and public who has tuned in this evening. We bring forward tonight a recommendation to hire Robert Sidford. He's an experienced and collaborative leader with experience leading large-scale educational technology initiatives, IT services, professional learning, one-on-one technology programs. He's been a teacher, a middle school site administrator, a district technology coordinator, and most recently, the Chief Information and Innovation Officer in Washoe County up in Reno, where they have 64,000 students in their district. He is really passionate about serving diverse needs of students, especially through equitable access to student-centered technologies, 21st century skill development, and digital literacy. He also brings forward that unicorn perspective that I know the board was looking for, where he really has a very strong IT side as well as the instructional side that we think really is the nice blend of really what we were looking for in a new director of technology and innovation. When we completed his reference checks, we heard amazing comments, including, in my 25 years in Washoe County, no one has ever had more of an impact on
And Dr. Gonzalez, we appear to have lost you momentarily. We'll give it a second here. She's back.
We're going to have him work on the connections in my office here.
All right.
We heard that in his 25 years in Washoe County that no one had had more of an impact on student learning. He helped create a 6-dimensional plan to create 21st century digital learners, along with really leading the IT teams there. He's the strongest, most supportive leader I've ever had. He's an inherent relationship builder, outstandingly collaborative, and incredibly human. And certainly he's unique in that he has tech knowledge and the teaching side. Those are all from the many references that we checked. So we have a recommendation this evening for Robert Sidford as our new Director of Technology and Innovation.
Okay. And do we have a motion from a board member?
A question, can I do that?
Yes, please.
Okay. So Dr. Gonzalez, maybe could you describe, give a little information about the process that the group or whomever went through to come to this recommendation?
Absolutely. We had 5 applicants when the position closed back on Sunday the 5th. Last week we moved fairly quickly. We had 2 separate interview days. We had 4 applicants, so we narrowed it from 15 down to 4. On Tuesday of last week, we had an 11-member panel that I facilitated but did not weigh in on. We had 4 representatives from the technology department who are Teamsters. We had a CST member from the technology department who's a secretary. We had a manager from the technology department, a manager from the fiscal department, a director from assessment, 2 principals, 1 technology leader at the Contra Costa County Office of Education, as well as the lead consultant from Digital Advisors. We then took the 4 down to 3 and brought them back for an interview with the executive cabinet, as well as the assistant director of maintenance and operations and the director of secondary. We then went through another final round of reference checks and bring the recommendation to you this evening.
Okay. And is there a motion from a board member?
Mr. President, I move that the board approve the appointment of Robert Sidford for the Director of Technology and Innovation.
Okay. And is there a second?
Can't unmute. I'll second.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Durkee. How do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Are we going to have some discussion here on this item?
Okay, I apologize. We can go ahead and have discussion.
Just to follow up on Ms. Durkee's questions, I know that this position was just discussed at our last board meeting. about the complications of having a person who's trying to find a person who has both the IT background and the educational background. So I'm wondering if we're rushing this decision, if it's something where we should allow more time to figure that out, that piece, and make sure that we have someone who is going to be fully capable of leading the intensive IT that is required for this position.
So the individual that we're bringing forward tonight is the same exact level of position with the same exact type of experience in a district that is twice our size. And he has all of the IT background that we would be looking for to understand not only the technical side, but as well as the instructional side. He's also a certified education technology leader from COSIN, which is one of the requirements of being able to understand the infrastructure and all of those components as well as the learning side.
So does he have a track record in that district of being able to support it? Does he manage and supervise the actual tech team and all of the pieces of that that are required to support, you know, not only the educational side, but also the, you know, just like what you're talking about in your office right now. If a server goes down, or being able to support all of the devices that will be on at any given site of our 50 sites, that type of thing.
There's absolutely no concern that any of us had in that final round, that actually he spoke more to that side than he did to the teaching and learning side. He understands everything from wiring to hardware to software to securing to you know, new contracts, going out for bids. He's worked with E-rate consultants fairly extensively to bring in millions of dollars to their district. And I know that I believe some of my colleagues are here as well who could speak to that if you have any further questions. You know, Jen and Wendy, I'm not sure if you're on because they were both in the final round of interviews as well. Or not.
Hello.
Sorry. Surprise.
No, we talked quite a bit about the needs of the department from our different perspectives. And it's difficult to find individuals that have that level of balance. And from our perspective, watching him actually during the interview, as well as taking a look at the resume, taking a look at the letters of recommendation, we felt that he had what we were referring to as strengths on both sides of the house, not only the front interface, working with our administrators, our teachers, our staff, in order to support them with their new learning, as well as the back end of the machine when it comes to infrastructure, as well as those other components, board member count, because that was a concern we did have. It's a very large job. We were actually very happy to hear that he had experiences on both sides of the technology. And so that seemed to be a unanimous feeling around the table during our interview process.
During not only the second interview, but the first one as well? Is that what you're saying? Like the whole, when you say unanimous, you're talking about the whole team, essentially?
I was not in the first interview panel, so I can't speak to that conversation, but I can speak about out of the different candidates that this individual did have quite a balanced background.
Any other questions? Okay. So let's go ahead. I'll restart, since there was discussion, let me go ahead and I will restart the voting, if we don't mind. Just so I'll go back. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
I also vote yes. So congratulations to Robert. We'll get you started on fixing the internet in Dr. Gonzalez's office and find lots more for you to do. Very excited to have you on board. So thank you.
The ground running.
Thank you. So, all right. And with that, We move along here to item 10.4, the review and potential approval of principal for College Park High School. Ms. Sachs, over to you, please.
Absolutely. Well, I'm very happy to bring forward to the community a finalist for the principalship at College Park High School, Kevin Honey. Kevin Honey is a graduate of UC Davis, where he majored in history. He completed his single subject teaching credential in history social science at Chapman University and earned a master's degree in educational leadership, as well as an administrative credential from St. Mary's. Kevin taught world history, US history, and American government at Miramonte High School for 9 years. And he was also the school's director of student activities, as well as acting varsity swim coach. Kevin served as the vice principal at Walnut Creek Intermediate School for 8 years, and most recently completed his 7th year as principal at our own Sequoia Middle School. Kevin's children currently attend Valley Verde Elementary School in Mount Diablo. Kevin shared that his student teaching assignment, his very first one, was actually at College Park High School. So he's thrilled to be able to come full circle and be hopefully appointed this evening as principal at College Park High School.
All right, great. Thank you, Ms. Sachs. Do we have a motion regarding Kevin Honey to be the principal at College Park High School?
I'll make a motion that we appoint Kevin Honey as principal of College Park High School.
Thank you, Ms. Count. And do we have a second?
I'll second it.
Oh.
Okay. Ms. Mayo, thank you. So a second from Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Congratulations, Kevin. We look forward to having you at College Park. And thank you for all the work you've done at Sequoia. And so many of those students will I'm sure they're excited that those graduating 8th graders get to stay with you for 4 more years. So congratulations. All right. With that, we will move along to item 10.5, review and potential approval of Administrator Diablo Day Community School. Ms. Sachs, back over to you. Ms. Sachs, you're on mute.
All right, well, I'm very happy to bring you the name of our finalist for Diablo Day Administrator, Alejandro Ramos. Alejandro grew up in the Central Valley and graduated from the University of California, Berkeley, with a bachelor's in economics and a master's of education focused on urban school leadership. He is currently in his final year of his doctoral program, and he taught 6 years, has been in school administration for 15 years, serving in diverse capacities, which includes working 7 years for Berkeley Unified School District. He served 3 years as assistant principal for Longfellow Middle School and 4 years as dean of students for Berkeley High, and worked another 7 years for the Washington Unified School District and West Sacramento, 2 years as vice principal of River City High School, and 5 years as principal of Yolo High School and Washington Adult School. Alejandro's most recent administrative assignment was working as Director of Student Services for the Woodland Joint Unified School District. Alejandro is a proud father of 3 elementary-aged children who is looking forward to creating an engaging educational space that addresses the socio-emotional and academic needs of the students at Diablo Community Day School.
All right, Mr. President, I move that we approve the personnel appointment of Alejandro Ramos to principal of Diablo Day School.
I'll second that.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0.
Mr. President, I kind of make a comment also. So I think, I realize that we're working with folks who are doing 20 other million jobs at the same time, but hopefully when possible, the board members get these bios in advance of the night of the meeting. It's really, and it may not be obvious why it's helpful, but it really is helpful if we could get them even the day of, ideally like the Friday before would be great. But I know sometimes they're last minute decisions, etc. But I just want to put that out there again, that I would have appreciated in having them in advance. So in case I have questions or other comments. So thanks.
Of course. And I want to take part of the responsibility and apologize for this. I believe Ms. Mason and I were sent some of these bios, and at least for the administrators, I did not recognize that. I don't think I didn't notice that all board members weren't on that email, and I didn't forward it along. So there was miscommunication. I apologize for my part in that. And so we will make sure. So it's certainly not a negative reflection on our candidates at all. And I want to express that to them. But there was obviously just some questions since we didn't tie that up quite as well as we could. But thankfully we have Dr. Clark here to help us be smoother with that going forward. So appreciate that. And my apologies to everyone for not making sure that had gone a little bit smoother. So, and thank you for calling.
Thank you. And if we could still receive the bio for Robert Sidford. I see the other ones in the email, but I still don't see that one. So I would like to receive that.
Certainly. Okay. Thank you. And so with that, we now move along to we have item 10.6, which was the review and potential approval of personnel appointment, Chief of Human Resources. And so after conversation with Dr. Clark, the decision was made to go ahead and pull this item. We do not have a candidate that we are moving forward at this point, and we will re-explore this with Dr. Clark's input and guidance. So that is that item. And so now, we're going to go ahead. I'm actually going to, if the board members don't mind, I'd like to swap 11.2 and 11.1 because I think we're going to have a very robust discussion, vigorous discussion around 11.1. So I'd like to invite Michelle Alice, who is an MD USD student who's visited us before and is kind enough to spend some time with us. Where she has put together a presentation. I know Ms. Count had worked with her previously, and then she was kind enough to spend time with me last week going through this and taking some feedback, and I think she's done a fantastic job. And obviously this entire board has expressed their interest in continuing to hear student voices and wanting to make sure, at the end of the day, that's who we're here for, that is our purpose. And so anything we can do to look at how we could amplify student voices seems like an important thing. And so with that, Michelle, we're going to go ahead and turn it over to you. And I think we're going to be able to give you the ability to screen share and put your presentation up here. Oh, and of course I threw it off because I switched them. So give us Michelle, you won't be required to go through the roadmap to reopening, but you'll give us 1 second. We'll swap.
Yeah. That's great. Thank you so much.
Of course. How's your summer going?
Pretty uneventful, to be honest.
Yeah,
but
that seems to be a recurring theme.
But enjoying myself as much as I can.
Excellent. Okay, well, over to you now.
Alrighty, thank you so much, President Lawrence, board members, and recently appointed Superintendent Clark. Good evening, my name is Michelle Alice, and I am an incoming senior at Northgate High School. I am also one of 3 finalists to serve as the student board member on the California State Board of Education. And as part of this selection process, after I attended the Student Advisory Board on Education conference back in November as part of the California Association of Student Councils, I realized that most school districts in the state of California have a sitting student board member on their district board, including neighboring Acalanes Unified High School District and Albany Unified School District, and that Mount Diablo Unified was behind. For reference, Acalanes Unified has had a sitting student member with preferential voting rights since 2006. And also for reference, I may refer to the student board member position as the acronym SBM. So just so you're aware of that. Next slide, please. So here's my table of contents. I'm first going to be going over my propositions as proposal and my rationale, as well as the project objective. And then also there's going to be a slide dedicated to ensuring equity and access to information about this potential position for students, as well as the appointment process, the rights of the student board member, and then going into Assembly Bill 261, which delineates why this position is necessary for school district boards, some sample application questions, guidelines for this position, and then a couple examples from Okalani's Unified, which is neighboring, and then Los Angeles Unified School District, which is one of the biggest school districts in California, and then some testimonials from current student board members sitting on other district boards throughout the state, and then I'm going to open it up to any questions. Thank you. Next slide. So here is my proposal. I, as a student in the Mount Diablo Unified School District, implore you, my governing school district board, to seek out and consider students' ideas, viewpoints, and reactions to our educational system. Now more than ever, we need to promote efforts to provide students a larger role in the civic leadership of schools. And in order to provide student input and involvement, the board shall include one student board member selected in accordance with procedures approved by the board. According to California Education Code 35012, there may be submitted to the governing board of the school district maintaining one or more high schools a pupil petition requesting the governing board to appoint a pupil member to the board pursuant to this section. And I have circulated that petition among various networks, social media, some networks at other high schools as well. I've gotten support from the Ignacio Valley principal, and I've gotten a lot of signatures. So we have well surpassed the 500 student mark, which is delineated in this ed code as being the marker for when I can present the petition to the board. And then as soon as I email you the petition, which I will this evening, so starts a 60-day waiting period, after which a student has to be appointed to the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board in accordance with Assembly Bill 261. And so the purpose, as explained here, is to provide students with a voice on the Board of Education, and students would receive preferential voting rights, meaning that this vote does not affect the numerical outcome of the Board of Education vote, and more on that in a subsequent slide. And students would hopefully also have the ability to make and second motions. Thank you. Next slide. So rationale. So the reason why we need a student member on our district board is because we want to be the agents of change. We have firsthand experience in the decisions that you are making, and we would like to help strengthen contact and communication between the Board of Education and students. And with this implementation, we would be able to strengthen so many student ideas. The student board member would engage MDSD students in their education by providing a channel for student views and promoting policies, programs, and events that serve students. As a result of student input and action, district policymaking better reflects what is best for students and other constituent groups. I'm aware of the student representatives that sometimes present at the from various high schools that sometimes present at the board meetings. However, these are largely different roles than that of a student board member, in that those are rotating positions and have essentially very limited rights on the board, whereas this student board member would have access to all open session material, not closed session material, more on that in a subsequent slide, and also be able to ask questions and have preferential voting rights and contribute to the discussion of the board. So essentially, this student member would be a trustee of the board. Thank you. Next slide. So the project objective is that a student board member would give MDUSD students a liaison to represent them in front of a governing body and provide actionable pathways and avenues towards the direct voicing and solving of student concerns. On the board, the student member goes beyond reporting about activities and actively engages in discussion. The student member presents not just their own views and experiences, but the perspectives of MDUSD's diverse student population. The adult board members respect the student member as a colleague on the board and further a culture of valuing student input. They look to the student member for on-the-ground reports of how programs and policies are actually working in schools, and student voices are consulted for all major decisions. Now, some of you may be wondering how exactly can one student from one high school serve as a representative of every single student, at least every single high school student in all of Mount Diablo Unified. And there have been a couple ways that other student board members have approached this, being open forums that are open to all students in the district, virtual avenues, virtual pathways to express their needs and express their opinions to the student board member, which the student board member can then relay back to the Mount Diablo Unified School District Board. This culture of valuing student input trickles down to the school level. Campus administrators create meaningful student input opportunities at the site level and respect student ideas, because this has been facilitated by the student board member, and every student knows that they have a formal avenue through which they can express their views and ideas. Students become more engaged in the education because they're active participants at all levels, not just in the classroom, but in decision making as well. And students respect the decisions because they themselves help make them. People support what they themselves create. They have positive attitudes towards school and respectful relationships with teachers, administrators, and other staff. And inspired by this culture, students take an active role in working with adults to improve their schools and the district as a whole. The student board member in particular would have many responsibilities, including communicating with students and expressing their needs. The student board member has the responsibility to act on these needs and work to bring forth legislation that positively impacts the body. They fully participate in board meetings, review materials and presentations, and question the materials that staff brings up. Thank you. Next slide. Now, ensuring equity. It is vital that in our school district, every student is aware of this potential position. And if the appointment process or the selection process is an election, as is seen in San Diego Unified, then that students know that they have a right to vote and that they have a voice in this election and in selecting their student board member. Applications shall be distributed to students throughout the district through vice principals, counselors, community organizations, teachers, student councils, and other vehicles that will ensure students are aware of the position. And furthermore, to maintain equity, I urge the district board, should this be passed, that there is not a GPA minimum requirement for the position, because every student, regardless of how they're performing in school, should have the opportunity to potentially serve. To ensure that students have access to information, there shall be a PA announcement for the high schools during the application season, and information shall be on each school's website. The superintendent could email all 11th grade teachers if we choose to limit it to only incoming seniors. Information will be emailed to all school principals, and teachers will be asked to make a class announcement, and to make sure that parents are informed, because parents are a vital part of our community as well. Weekly email blasts shall be sent out to all parents containing the information, and information will be on all PFC websites. Thank you. Next slide. Now, this is a potential appointment process, and it is based on Akalani Unified High School, Akalani's Unified High School District current appointment process, which is a preliminary application with some supplementary short answer questions, at least one teacher recommendation, transcripts, and a list of extracurriculars, and then an ad hoc committee made up of members on the district board review these applications and narrow down the pool to an interview conducted by said ad hoc committee, assuming the incoming pool is not too large. Now, this is just one example of an appointment process. However, one that is done in, for example, San Diego Unified, which is a school district with over 100,000 students, is they conduct an election. And San Diego Unified just recently appointed or elected a student board member this past year, at the beginning of this past school year, as a result of a petition and proposal process similar to mine. And the SBM started at, I believe, in December of 2019, and he was elected by his students. So there are a lot of different appointment processes that can be conducted to ensure that students have a voice in our education system. Thank you. Next slide. Now, rights of the student member. I mentioned earlier that I was going to go into the preferential vote. So in accordance with Assembly Bill 261, which by the way was authored by then Assembly member, now State Superintendent Tony Thurmond, a preferential vote is an expression of preference cast by the student member before an official vote, and it's recorded in the minutes, but does not affect the outcome of the actual numerical vote. Now, how is this impactful? If board members, in accordance with the Brown Act, can't have decided in a group on how they're going to vote on an item beforehand, and hearing potentially how the student member feels and their potential opinion on the issue could sway a couple votes and be very impactful to the matter at hand. Furthermore, the board can make its own bylaws as to whether the student can make or second motions, and sorry, that is a mistake, object to items on the consent calendar. They can make a bylaw onto whether the student can object to an item on the consent calendar. Furthermore, the student board member gets all documents and materials in open session matters in a timely manner, not including closed sessions. So a concern that some people have brought up is that students get access to very sensitive information regarding student discipline or HR. However, AB 261 clearly states that a student only gets access to open session materials. And so, for example, if it was another appointment process, as was in items 10.1 to 10.6, then the student would get the applicants or the potential candidates bio at the same time as the other board members would, and would have the opportunity to discuss and ask questions about each potential appointment in a timely manner, just as all the other board members. Thank you. Next slide. Now, this is AB 261, Assembly Bill 261, and under Clause D, it says that there may be submitted to the governing board. I'm reading this verbatim, by the way, so if you prefer to read, you can. But there may be submitted to the governing board of a school district maintaining one or more high schools, so that's us, a pupil petition requesting the governing board to appoint one or more pupil members to the governing board pursuant to this section. The petition shall contain the signatures of either A, not less than 500 pupils regularly enrolled in high schools of the district, or B, not less than 10% of the number of pupils regularly enrolled in high schools of the school district, whichever is less. For MUSD, that number was 500. And as I said, I've already circulated a petition and we have passed that number. We have already passed that number. I believe we are about 650 student signatures from all across MUSD. We have representation from not just my home high school, Northgate, but also Ignacio Valley, Concord, College Park, Mount Diablo, and then also some of the alternative continuation high schools such as Olympic. And then furthermore, each fiscal year and within 60 days of receipt of a petition for pupil representation, which I'm going to submit today. So after today starts the 60-day waiting period, or at its next regularly scheduled board meeting, if no meeting is held within those 60 days, the governing board of a school district shall order the inclusion within the membership of the governing board, in addition to the number of members otherwise prescribed, at least one pupil member. The governing board of a school district may order the inclusion of more than one pupil member. So it's definitely not limited to just one student. We can have as many students as we want, but after today starts the 60-day waiting period for at least one student. Thank you. Next slide. So this is some of the this is the breakdown of the votes or the petition signatures as of, I believe, Monday. I mean, when was it? It was definitely last week. So right now we have many more signatures. We have 1,195 total responses. And as I said, more than 600 of those are students. And just to give you a quick breakdown of the percentages right now, around 39.3 of those are students at Northgate High School, around 6.9 of them are students at College Park High School, 8.3 are students at Ignacio Valley High School, 2.2 are students at Mount Diablo High School, 6.6 are students at Concord High School, and 30.5 have been parents in MUSD, and 5.8 have been teachers/faculty members in Mount Diablo Unified, and they have all voted to have a student member on the MDOC board. So I started circulating this petition not yesterday, but the Sunday before, and in a little more than a week, I've already gotten more than 1,000 responses, and just a plethora of support from students and from parents and from teachers alike. Thank you. Next slide. So here are some sample questions for a potential application process. The first one was taken directly from the application on the state board level. So this is the one that I filled out when I was applying to be the student member on the California State Board of Education. And the first one is to identify and discuss what you consider to be one of the most challenging problems currently impacting current kindergarten through 12th grade education, and the steps you feel should be taken to address this challenge. So this is a critical thinking question, and answering this question should demonstrate to whoever is reviewing the applications how imperative it is for a student to be on the board and their competence for being on the board. And the second is simply, why do you want to serve on the Mount Diablo Unified Board of Education? Thank you. Next slide. So as I said before, there are limited rights that the sitting student board member would have. Those are preferential voting rights. They cannot vote in carrying out a motion. However, they can make or second one. And members should always take their preferential vote into consideration. And as I said before, all resources and material available to board members must be available to the student representative in a timely manner. And Mount Diablo Unified can make its own bylaws, such as giving the student member rights to make and second motions or object to something on the consent calendar. Thank you. Next slide. So here are some examples from other school districts, all taken from their bylaws. This is Akalani's. The student governing board member must attend all scheduled board meetings except closed sessions. They provide continuing input for board deliberations, and they strengthen communications between the board and district students. And they represent all students to facilitate the discussions of all sides of an issue. This duty does not preclude the student board member from stating his or her individual opinion. However, this is definitely not an autonomous position. This one student serves as a representative for thousands of students across the district, and it is imperative that we have a seat and an avenue at the table. Thank you. Next slide. The commitment for Akalani's Unified is for the student board member to serve from July 1st of 2020. So they were actually just recently appointed in March and to June 3rd of 2021. And they shall attend all regular board meetings. They're typically held on Wednesday evening, right? And then these are the times allotted for the student member to be there. Next slide, please. So the student board member shall be seated with regular board members and be recognized at meetings as a full member. They may participate in questioning presenters and discuss issues, and shall receive all materials presented to the board members except those related to closed sessions and personnel matters. And the student board member may cast preferential votes and make motions on most matters that may be acted upon by the board. So again, this was taken verbatim from the Akalani's Unified High School District bylaws, their governance handbook. Thank you. Next slide. These are some of the qualifications necessary for Akalani's Unified, which is that a student must maintain and hold a minimum 2.0 grade point average on a 4.0 scale. They must maintain progress towards meeting high school graduation requirements, and they must demonstrate satisfactory citizenship behavior through what could be a teacher recommendation. Next slide, please. So this is the selection process for Akalani's. Candidates will apply for the position. This year it was through an online application. Each comprehensive school selects one applicant from the submitted applications to be the school site's finalists. And then the applicants participate in an interview by representatives of their school administration and elected student body. And then these finalists are interviewed by a district panel consisting of student representatives and board members. And then the final school sitting board member is appointed. And he was just recently appointed in March and started his term in July 1st, on July 1st. Thank you. Next slide. So this is the process for Los Angeles Unified. Students, it's only for students who will be 12th graders next school year. However, we do not have to limit that. We can choose that in any way we want to. And they submit an application packet to be considered for the position of student board member. And then this application goes through a screening committee comprised of district staff and students. And the screening committee selects the candidates to be on the voting slate, and then student body presidents and one additional elected student leader from each LAUSD high school casts a vote. And then in the event that a student board member is not able to perform their duties, an alternate will be selected as per procedure. Next slide, please. Now, this is a testimonial that I got from a colleague of mine. Olivia Ang Olson is the Sacramento City Unified School District 2019-20 student board member. She actually recently turned out, and I'm going to read her. I'm going to read her quote verbatim that I had her send in and write to me. She says that student representation is integral to the efficacy of policies, programs, and school districts. Unlike adult members of a board, the student representatives spend 6 hours plus a day at school, interacting with the exact population that a district aims to support. Students understand students, their motivations, their stresses, their perspective. Through my role as an SBM on the Sacramento City Unified School District Board of Education, I single-handedly moved the needle in transcript reform. I brought the issue of mental health/suicide protocol to the attention of the board and organized a forum series to collect student input on district-wide practices, none of which would have happened without the SBM position. Student issues, urgent concerns, valuable perspectives go unnoticed when student voice is not given a seat at the dais. Student education and wellness are at stake. Again, this is Olivia Olson from Sacramento City Unified. Next slide, please.
And Michelle, so I know we've got a couple more there. Instead of reading through those, perhaps board members and the public could read through them, and we could go to the last part where, give board members a chance to ask some questions and give you some feedback. Would that work for you, Michelle?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fantastic. Well, first of all, just a tremendous presentation. Board members, questions, feedback for Michelle? Well, I'll start with.
Hi, I'm sorry. Hi. So thank you, Michelle. You did a great job. Very thorough. I can see why you're good at what you're doing. I do have one question. I was curious to know how you conducted the survey of the students that you gave us a nice pie chart on. How did you just mechanically actually do that?
Yeah, absolutely. So what I did was I just simply made a Google form and I asked for students to give me their first name, their last name, to give their MUSD student email to verify that they were students of our district, and that they specify which high school they go to and whether they are a parent or whether they are a parent/guardian of MUSD or a teacher/faculty member. And then I had them submit it, and I have them all in a spreadsheet, very organized, which I will submit to the board tonight. And then what I did to circulate it, it's honestly very difficult in the summer of a pandemic.
Yeah,
but
that's what I was wondering.
I utilize my resources, social media. I used a couple of different student education equity groups, such as Generation Up. We have a Mount Diablo/Acalanes chapter, as well as our local region of the California Association of Student Councils, and I had them spread the petition through their various social media networks. And then I also connected with the Facebook page of Northgate High School parents, and then I got a lot of interest there. And then I had one parent posted on the parents of on the Facebook page of the district-wide parent group, and then I connected with some administrators as well. As I said, I emailed the Ignacio Valley principal, who then sent out an email to all of the students urging them to sign. So I used various networks and was able to get many responses from students from all across the district. Did that answer your question?
Yes, it did. Thank you very much.
All right, perfect. Thank you.
I guess one of the things that comes up for me is equity, as how you make sure that every high school gets an opportunity to have a representative, and it's not always the same school, having a representative there. That was one of the things. And then the other thing, while maybe things will get better with our new superintendent, Dr. Clark, but we often go till midnight. So would the school, in your experience, would they just leave at 10 or would they stay till midnight?
Yes, absolutely. Those are two fantastic questions. So to address your first question about equity and access to information, I did have a slide for that, and there's obviously limits to the amount that I myself could do in terms of the petition, because I'm in Northgate, so the majority was for Northgate. However, we have to take it upon ourselves as a district to be able to proliferate this information as much as possible. And I said through various social media networks and making sure that all teachers are aware of the position. That could come through an email, a flyer, and the information has to be on all school district sites. And then also mandating that every single year there is a rotating student. So if one year it was from Northgate, next year it can't be from Northgate. It has to be from Mount, right? And the next year it has to be from another school, right? So just taking those, putting in those simple measures to limit the amount of times that one school gets representation and the amount of times that another school gets representation. And
so that would be something that the school board puts in the bylaws when they set this up, is okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Exactly. And then to address your second question about how long board meetings take, I totally know how long they take. I watch them frequently. And then also I know, for example, like city council meetings sometimes go until 2 a.m. because there's so much public comment. And under the student is not required to stay at the board meetings under the Brown Act. So since they are not a voting member of the board, this is an official government position. So if it's going on till midnight, the student doesn't have to stay. They don't have to. They can leave, they can go home, they can get a good night's sleep because they will have school the next day. So it's really up to the student. However, they are not required to stay until the end of the board meeting. They can simply leave. Yeah.
And I just need to say to Dr. Clark that we actually went for quite a long time. We were done by 10 o'clock. It was just more recently. I want to make sure he comes back. So
my first couple meetings as president, we were flying through and I was feeling good. And then, yeah, so. And actually I was going to ask Dr. Clark, do you have, oh, I apologize, Trustee Mayo, and then I'll go to Dr. Clark.
Trustee Mayo sounds so funny. I appreciate this petition coming forward. I also wanted to share that Pittsburgh Unified School District has had a student representative for years on their board, and that has been a very effective student voice for that school district. So we might look at their bylaws as well. And for the first, up until 2009, the board member that attended our board meetings, even though everyone was represented and had an opportunity to speak, if the board member, the student that was sitting at the dais wanted to vote, they were offered an opportunity to present a student vote, and that was recorded in the minutes. After 2010, that went away, sadly, so I'm glad to see this come forward. From my perspective, I would request that we not include extracurricular activities as a requirement for student service, because there are those students who are very talented in many ways, but may not be able to involved in extracurricular activities to the degree that some students may. So that would, along with Deborah, Mrs. Mason, I think that could be a limiting criteria if that was a requirement. It certainly could be included on a resume, but I don't think it should be a requirement. And I just wanted to share with our public, in case they get nervous, all of the information that's included in our agendas is what the students would receive, because we as board members don't receive secret documents. What board members can do, and this would be afforded to the student board member, is they would be able to ask staff questions, I presume, and that should be included in the criteria so that they can be better informed, and then they can receive publications that are normally posted on the website. So I think I just wanted to reassure our public that we don't have secret documents running around. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo, for that. I was going to ask Dr. Clark just what his experience in other districts in his past might be with this type of role.
Yeah, so my experiences took place when I was a principal at Miramani High School in the Akalani Union High School District, and I know when I attended board meetings, there was always a student representative there, and there was a rotating basis that often took place. So I did work with particular students and prep them on the application and help them and support them. But I do think it's important, we often hear from students either when there's a problem or when we're hearing about, different student activities, but to partner with students in the governance of a school district, I think would be very valuable, and it would actually provide much more, insight to the inner workings of a district, and it would also contribute to setting policies that we may miss as adults, that that students can help us sort of see those blind spots. So I've had very positive experiences with students involved in these sort of situations. So thank you, Michelle, for sharing this and bringing this forward.
Yes, of course. Thank you so much, Dr.
Great.
Clark.
Thank you. Other board questions or feedback for Michelle? Ms. Count.
Yes, yeah. So I just want to thank you again for all the work that you put into putting together this presentation, the research that you've brought to us, the examples from other districts is all very helpful information. And to tie on to what Trustee Mayo was saying about Pittsburgh, I know that one of their candidates now for school board as an adult is someone who was formerly the student board representative in their district. And so that's kind of an exciting, sometimes that whole cycle can go through to where you could eventually become an actual voting member at some point as well. I wanted to ask you, when you talked about San Diego, where the students vote, versus Acalanes, where it's more of an appointment committee, what is do you have a recommendation about one versus the other as far as people that you've talked to and the research that you've done? Is there one or the other that you would recommend, particularly for Mount Diablo?
Yes, absolutely. So I have spoken with the current SBM from San Diego Unified, and he, at the beginning of the school year, it was the first time that he had that there was an SBM. It took there were 25 high schools in San Diego Unified, so it took a while for there to be a student member on the board, so you had to petition for a long time. And then after there was, he did have to run for the election process, and the voter turnout was abysmal. There was a lot of students didn't show up to vote, and I think that was largely because of lack of access to the information that they could vote. They didn't know the election was going on. So for the first year, he was one of two candidates, and he was the one who had ran the petition, and he was the one who had done all this work for a long time. It took him 3 years. So he ran and then got elected and got appointed. But given the lack of representation from all schools from that first year, that process could backfire, at least for the first year. However, I do personally prefer the election process. I think that students, knowing that they were able to contribute to voting and electing a representative of their school district to represent them on our district board, it will make it so that students want to interact more with the student board member, since they know that they themselves elected them, whereas an appointment process may not necessarily be representative of that, of every student's perspective. However, there's always the problem of, as I said, lack of access to information and lack of electing the qualified candidate, rather as the one who potentially has the most friends or is the most popular, right? So that's always an issue that comes up. However, you don't see that as much when it's a district-wide election, because then you're relying on campaign information, you're relying on their bios, you're relying on the way that they present themselves, rather as how people see them in school. So I personally prefer the election process, but maybe for this first year, an appointment process would work better. But definitely for starting hopefully next year, an election process, so that students can democratically elect who they want to represent them.
Thank you. That sounds good. And then I also wanted to mention, and I think, are you one of the people who's attending the Ed 100 Student Leadership Conference this summer? The last time I looked on there, we have representatives from Ignacio Valley, College Park, Concord High, and Northgate, but we don't yet have from the rest of our high schools. So I don't know if your networks can assist with that or anyone else's networks. It would be wonderful to have representation from every one of our high schools at that. And it starts soon.
Starts on next Monday, the 20th, right? It's a 3-day conference, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, definitely. I can assist with that. I've been sending some emails. I sent some emails to YV and Mount, so hopefully those helped. But yeah.
YV has one now, so I think it's Mount and the alternative schools, Olympic, right, and the others that don't have anyone yet. So yeah, so for everyone else, it's a free conference put on by Ed 100. So it's an incredible opportunity for any students. They don't have to be currently an elected leader. They could have aspirations to be one at some point in time. So spread the word. Yeah. Thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
Michelle, wonderful job. Thank you so much. We'll look forward to formally receiving the petition. And I certainly think that the board will be working with Dr. Clark and then work with you to when we would bring this back at a board meeting in a timely manner to consider it for action. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much. I know that the soonest possible would be the next board meeting, which is, I believe, on the 27th. So if we can somehow expedite that process. I do have a proposal that I sent in already. So hopefully we can expedite that process to make this as smooth sailing as possible, and that we can have a student starting this next school year sitting on the board. That would be amazing. But thank you so much for listening. And just by listening, you are recognizing the need for a student member on the board. And I appreciate you all very much for the work that you're doing.
Thank you so much. And thank you for everything you're doing. All right. So we're going to move along now to the next item, which was 11.1, the roadmap to reopen. And I want to give a little kind of context before we move to this item. One, we've had our almost 200 people on our task forces. They've been working incredibly hard to help us prepare different models as we return to school. But as we've known, and one of the things we've stated all along is that events are fast moving, and we recognize that, we will need to look at how we pivot and, how we respond to things. And I think that even just, I'll say personally, 4 or 5 weeks ago, I was much more optimistic about our ability to return to in-person instruction and having kids back in the classroom, which is where we all want them. And even just in these last 4 or 5 days, when you look at what happened in other districts here in the Bay Area, when you look at just today that LA Unified and San Diego Unified have both gone to saying that they're returning in a district distance learning model. When you look at what Governor Newsom put out today in terms of scaling back the reopening because of the continued increase in COVID cases, that I think we certainly have to recognize that changes are going to need to be made to this plan. And that's part of why we built flexibility into it. I think that, listening to the board comments tonight, the public comment, all the reasons I could give for why we really need to look at, as much as, it was not what we hoped, needing to look at distance learning, I think is our primary return to school. I think that, our community has articulated those incredibly well. And so I think we need to view this presentation through that lens. We do not have this item on for a vote tonight, but I think that our board owes it to staff and to our public to help give direction at the end of this presentation in terms of how we move forward. We had initially looked at July 30th for finalizing our plan, but I think that just the events dictate that we need to move faster than that and give guidance, and that's something we've kind of known all along. So I just wanted to give kind of that context prior to turning it over to Dr. Aguirre and Ms. Sachs. So with that, Dr. Aguirre, over to you.
Hello, thank you for allowing us to present this evening. And I wanted to also thank you for starting out the presentation with the statement that, you know, the only constant really is change. So when we presented our first draft document, we stated in the beginning that it was going to be a draft and preliminary, and there weren't enough words we could use to describe that adequately. So what we did is we've been continuing to work since then within our task forces, but we've also collected information from a variety of other sources. One of the first things that we used was a parent survey that went out to the entire district, and we received over 13,000 responses to that survey. We'll be talking about some of those results today. Unfortunately, the participation rate varied greatly between the sites, with some sites reporting about an 8% participation rate, while other sites receiving a 91% participation rate. But we do feel like that we got information from a good cross-section of our parents and community. We also have conducted a second survey, which was a broader community survey, and those results are also being tabulated as we speak and rolled into the plan. And finally, last week, we sent out a survey to all of our staff members, and that includes across all of our different bargaining units. And so far, we've had about 1,500 responses. And the purpose of that survey was really to help us as we began to work with the different bargaining units regarding working conditions for the model with which we report to school, because we know that whatever happens, we will not be reporting back to school in the typical 100% of kids come back to school 100% of the time. So we definitely know that there'll be some work that needs to be done in that venue. We also are continuing to monitor the state and local statistics regarding the coronavirus. And as of today, we have confirmed positive cases today, 8,358. And we also know that the 7-day average was 8,211. So that tells us two things. That tells us that the number of cases is incredibly high. It's much higher than it has been. And also it tells us that that number is rising, because today's number is higher than the 7-day average. So we know that we are not on the downslope yet. What we also know is that 7.4% of the cases that are tested are confirmed positive, and that's across the state. When we compare that with local numbers in Contra Costa, we know we had 175 confirmed cases today, and our testing rate is 8%, so slightly higher than average, which means we are on a watch list. We do know that the governor today came out with regulations rolling back some of the opening that has happened across the state, but again, Contra Costa. And if you look at a map of the state, you'll see that basically all of the counties at north are in sort of the blue zone, which means no restrictions. All of the counties to the east, eastern edge of the state are in also the blue zone, but everybody's sort of in a circle around San Francisco and Los Angeles. All of those counties were all on the watch list. So certainly increasing cases in those areas.
Excuse me just a second. For my view, the slide deck is not advancing. Is that happening for everybody, or is it just a problem with my computer?
We can advance it to the next slide. That's fine. Because what this is basically talking about, what I'm telling you about, is how the expectations for change. And these changes are based on these following criteria that I'm outlining. We also know that Oakland, San Diego, and Los Angeles, another district closer to home, are really looking at more of starting out in a distance learning model. But again, we're also looking at state regulations that do require us to consider in-person instruction to the greatest extent practicable. So those are all the factors that we're trying to weigh as we look at the models that we're using to open, trying to weigh out current data along with state regulations. If you can go on to the next slide, please. Okay, so as we continue, we will continue to do more of those things. And what we're hoping for is that our task forces did help develop the original document. But now what we're hoping for is we go into this next month, as was always the plan, that we actually refine the work that they're doing in order to give more guidance to our school sites and to our staff as we begin to open and become more embroiled in the specifics as we know the models that we're going with. If you can proceed to the next slide. And this is the data that I just sort of reviewed with you already. This was data as of a week old. The latest data for Contra Costa for the current number of cases is 4,852. So you can see we've had 1,000 cases in the last week, and we've had 5 additional deaths within the last week. And while it's true that most of those have occurred within residents of long-term care facilities, we certainly don't want to minimize those losses in any way or disregard them as the crisis continues. Next slide, please. And again, today the number here was 175. For comparison's sake, if you look at the numbers on the 5th and 6th of July, those numbers were around in the 150 mark. So you can see that we are in an additional increase in that today. Next slide, please. Okay, so here though was information that we gathered from our parents. And this was significant for us because although we know that cases are increasing, we also know that this survey was conducted of the parents, albeit a week and a half ago, but very clearly the parents' first choice was that we have an an in-class model. You can see the green line is the ones that prefer the in-class model, and that was unanimous across all of the different grade levels. I don't know if we were to do that same survey today, but I do know that this was the case then. And I do know at that point in time, the distance learning model entirely was the least favored by our parents, with the hybrid model being somewhere in between. Next slide, please. So as we go forward, what we're aware of, just as in the case of all of the other districts, is again, we will not return to school full-time in any no school district will be able to return full-time. We will not be able to accommodate social distancing requirements. I think the best thing for us to plan for is having different options available throughout the year and to be prepared for those options. We'll certainly look to the board for direction on how we will open the school year and which is the way that the board would choose us to go. But at this point in time, we are looking to address all of those different options. What we are also seeing is that for the full distance learning model, according to the parent survey, we know that some of the obstacles around that are that about 10% of our students will need devices, and that's according to the family survey. We also know that about 5% from the family survey have issues with access to reliable internet. And of that 5%, about half of them are using their cell phones to do work. So they have a cell phone plan that includes internet. Just about 1.5%, just under 2% really does have access to internet issues and really has no access at all. So should we choose to go with the distance learning model to start out with, we'll definitely need to have that as a barrier that we need to overcome.
Can I jump in for a sec, or are we waiting till the very end for questions?
That would be up to Board President Lawrence.
President Lawrence?
I would say if the board would like to ask questions now, they could certainly do so.
Okay. I was just looking at what you were saying as far as the 10% need devices according to the survey. But this is the parent survey where you said that there were some schools that had an 8% response rate.
Correct.
So I'm thinking we need to put into consideration that the people who didn't respond might not have responded because the survey was online.
I would concur with that assessment. I do believe that just by nature of having an online survey, it precludes some people from participating in that. And no matter how many times you reach out to those people through telephone and text messages and those types of things, there are still barriers. So I would agree with that statement. So I do know that the district has managed to secure about 600 hotspots, is my understanding, in order to address that issue. But should we choose to go to an online distance learning for some or part of the year, that would definitely be a consideration that we would need to address. Thank you. We also know that within that model, it's certainly not the ideal model for every single student, but we also know that other students thrive in that model, so may actually elect to choose that model of instruction from their own family decision. The other thing, flipping down to the other end of the chart, is when we look at coming back more than the hybrid model, the more 4 or 5 days a week. While initially we had stated that priority would be given to those particular groups of people, I did want to go ahead and clarify that. So for example, when we're looking at students in special day classes, that actually encompasses about 1,500 students across the district, but about 200 of those are preschoolers. About 100 of those are in our adult 18 to 22 transition program for students working on a life skills curriculum. And the rest of them are split about evenly between our students with mild mod to disabilities and our students with moderate to severe disabilities. So if we were looking at bringing back individual groups of students, it may or may not include all of our students in special day classes, or it may just include the ones with the most intensive needs. Similar, we can make that same discussion points for our English language learners and our new people in our newcomer programs. And again, also our foster youth and homeless. We had also at one point in our plan discussed about TK to 3 having high priority to come in. And I will say that that was echoed in not only the teacher surveys, but also the parent surveys. We had teachers speaking loud and clear, saying that they really felt like the younger children needed that instruction. We had one teacher of a kindergarten who emailed us and said, you know, I'm trying to teach kids in dual language programs and they don't even have the ability to understand I'm their teacher, not just a random person on a TV screen. So the teachers really felt strongly that those students also be prioritized, as did the parents. And overwhelmingly, one of the biggest concerns we heard from families, we know is part of a national debate, and that is around childcare for their children. We're hearing that from parents, and we're hearing that from teachers who have their own concerns with their own children. But as I said, we do know that's part of a national debate about what do we do with the children if schools are not in session, and a lot of people are feeling like they really have to choose at this point. The other point I wanted to make about that is when you have 10,300 students, odds are they won't all come back in the same wave should we do choose a phased-in model. So obviously that would be select grade levels would be picked out, not all at once. But again, we defer to the board on which model that we want to open with and certainly evaluate through. Next slide, please. We also wanted to remind everybody that we do have 2 programs that have always been in existence within Mount Diablo, and one is our home hospital program. And that is a specific program. It's outlined in California Education Code that when a student has a physical or mental health condition that really makes them unable to participate in a school setting, a doctor's note that specifies that they are not able to do that for safety will certainly help us to determine their eligibility for our home and hospital program. So for students who have very significant medical fragile statuses, there's a program available. And we also do have our longstanding independent study program that's operated through Horizons, which it's not a distance learning program, it's an independent study program, which is slightly different. It's where the teacher is more the parent, rather than the distance learning where the teacher is still the teacher and providing daily instruction to the student. And that program is available through our Horizons program. Next slide.
Question, please. Sorry, question on the Horizons. I think I've been hearing some questions from parents about, is Horizons still open for applications or is it full? What's kind of is there still an opportunity there or is it too late? Can you speak to that?
I cannot answer that question at this moment in time, but I will get that answer for you. I know that every year we do run up against enrollment caps, but we may choose to do something different as a district, given the fact that we are in a pandemic this year. Our main goal here is that really to give as many options as we can while keeping safety in the forefront for everybody, our students, our staff, and our families.
Right. Yeah. I think the question was also whether there are those caps created by some sort of law or regulation, or is it just a matter of our staffing capacity? So thank you.
And that's the part that I will have to get back to you.
Right.
Thank you. Okay, so now as we started our task forces, the first one was the Health and Safety Task Force. And if you could go ahead and flip to the next slide, please. And so what we need to do here is we know that the educational model in a school system is going to look different as the kids get older. We heard many, many public comments tonight about concerns about younger children being able to socially distance and wear masks and those types of things appropriately. And so we know that in the younger years, it's going to be far easier for us to have stable cohorts. But we also know that it's a big consideration. It's really hard to keep 4- and 5-year-olds apart from each other. It's almost impossible. And we also know that there is greater chance of those kids working in groups. We know that that happens more in elementary school, and it should happen in elementary school. And we know that there's a lot more boo-boos and kids fall over and need hugs and those types of things more as the kids get older. So some of those sort of benefits that are gained by being in a stable cohort may be counterbalanced by those other need for far greater amounts of physical proximity. As the kids get older, we know that the kids go between different classes and different sets of teachers. So there are around 6 different cohorts of people, unless we choose to work with our bargaining unit to adjust the schedule so that we had like a block schedule where they were taking 3 classes at a time, but that would certainly require some negotiations around that. But again, we know that as they are exposed to more children just through different cohorts and more staff members through different cohorts, we also know it is far more likely that they will wear face coverings, and that we know that we are far more likely to get compliance as far as social distancing because they will understand the greater need for that. We also know that they are also far more likely to be able to access distance learning and independent work. So it's sort of this spectrum where there's really no one-size-fits-all answer for either one of the groups. There's pros and cons to each of the models at each of the different levels. Next slide, please. So also from our community survey, we got comments. We didn't just get check boxes. We got comments that we went through. Themes begin to emerge pretty quickly. Even when there's 13,000 comments, you can see themes emerge. So the use of personal protective equipment was a really, really hot topic. It seemed to be the hottest topic out of all of them. And there was great amounts of support for keeping people safe. People were pretty adamant on both the parent side and on the staffing side that no, people will wear masks. This must be a requirement. But there were a fair number also, and I don't want to hazard a guess at the percentage, but I will say that also some parents did have a lot of strong reaction to the fact of the emotional toll that masks take on kids. And, it's awkward, right? When you're telling somebody, that they can't be around other people and they have to wear a mask and these people have germs and, what is the risk that is taking for people? Similarly with physical distancing, everybody was supporting, and I know the county guidelines say 4 to 6 feet, but people were pretty adamant that 6 foot was acceptable and not 4 to 6 feet. So we heard that loud and clear in the comments multiple times. We also did hear a lot of concerns about the practical aspects of enforcing that. And I will say that that was across both personal protective equipment and physical distancing. And that was heard loud and clear is, will this become a discipline issue? So for example, if a child doesn't wear a mask, will they get suspended? Will they get sent to the office? Or how will we handle that? And it seemed to be a big concern across a lot of the comments. We also got input on the health screenings. And I will say that if I had to lean one way or the other, active screenings were preferred by our staff members and also our parent group. However, the problem with that is simply the time it takes, to scan everybody's temperature. The difference between passive and active screenings are, in a passive screening, that's something that's done at home with the family. There's a question series of questions, 5 in our particular offices at the moment, that asks about fevers or exposure to people with the virus or travel out of the country and those types of things. And so those would be done. Right now they're done in paper screening, but we do have a plan at the starting in the middle of our week here in our Dent Center to roll that out into an electronic survey that can be monitored centrally. But again, overwhelmingly the comments preferred the active screening. The concern is around the ability to implement that at the school site. And there was also concern around missed school time. You know, we had one person say, I don't want my kid to wait in a line of 400 kids to get their temperature checked before they can hit into their classroom. So, but what we do know is that we believe that any school time that's missed for any instruction around keeping yourself safe in the middle of a pandemic is time well spent. And so we definitely can support that, whether that time is spent either in health screenings or in simply education or social distancing or wearing masks or what is this virus, or, you know, don't be afraid of everybody, you know, those types of social emotional things as well as the practical things. And I would say overwhelmingly in the area of sanitation, we did get comments about who's going to clean the classrooms and how's going to make sure that my child is washing their hands, et cetera, et cetera. And it was probably a 2-to-1 ratio, hand washing to sanitation. There was far more emphasis on the actual hand washing part than cleaning the classroom. So those were comments taken off of the parent survey and the staff surveys, just sort of summarized for us. But if we can flip to the next slide, I will show you that there is new guidance from the state of California regarding wearing masks. And I know there's sometimes a little bit of disagreement between county regulations and not regulations, guidelines and state guidelines. But here is the latest guideline from the state. It said that face coverings must be worn at work when interacting in person with any member of the public. So essentially that means that since our children are our public, every single person who is interacting with children would have to wear a mask. So that problem is solved. There's no debate. Our teachers and our other staff members would be wearing masks in the schools. And if we are working in any space visited by members of the public, regardless of anyone from the public is present at that time. So that pretty much encompasses everybody, except for the following individuals are exempt. And that's people under 2 years old because it's a suffocation risk, person with a medical, mental, or health condition or disability that prevents them from wearing a face mask. And we did hear again in the comments that people were worried about some of our students with disabilities who have developmental delays in particular, having the ability to wear the mask consistently. But we do know that should we come to a time where we are coming to school in any physical format, that will be part of the instructional piece for those students, that it won't simply be a blanket statement like, oh, this class doesn't have to wear a mask. There would be a plan to provide instruction in that particular area and through the use of social stories, et cetera, et cetera. There's also an exemption from people who are hearing impaired or communicating with someone who's hearing impaired. And that is very important for our district because we do serve many of the students with hearing impairments from across the whole county. And if you've seen me around or in any sort of Zoom meetings over the past few days, or any of the people working in the Dent Center, we are spokesmodels for some of the face shields and face masks. We just got a new model in today that we're trying out to make sure that even our students who are hearing impaired and the staff that work with them would have access to safe personal protection. And the other one is wearing a face mask would create a risk to the person related to their work. And we don't know what that would look like within the district, but we do believe that our staff would be required to wear masks. There's also been a lot of questions around the use of gloves. And we continue, although that's not required in the county health guidelines because of the risk of cross-contamination. Many people do not use gloves correctly, and I'm sure you've seen them all over the shopping carts and all over the parking lots and everything else, just the same as I have. But we do and will always continue to use gloves for our custodial staff, first aid, our food service especially, and any classroom staff members who support students with medical needs, and that includes toileting, et cetera, et cetera. Okay, next slide, please. Also, should we return to physical distancing at any point on campus? We do plan on having our desks far apart and having our meals in a staggered schedule. I know there's been questions about who will supervise the children during that particular time, but certainly we could make use of outdoor spaces should we choose to return to campus at any point. Also, a big common thing is designating traffic as one-way passing areas so that you're not sort of crossing each other and breathing on each other as you're crossing through. That's a big factor in this whole thing. And unfortunately, we do plan on limiting access to visitors and parents simply because of the risk of exposure. The fewer people we can expose our children and our staff members to, I think the safer off we will be until we know more about how the virus is transmitted or not transmitted. And certainly we do plan on using our outdoor spaces. I know that's been brought up as a suggestion for many of our parents, but we also know that that cannot be a year-round activity. And if we put all of our children outside, it would defeat the object. So certainly to the amount practicable, should again we choose to return at any point in the year to a physical campus.
A question?
Yeah.
On this one, just that it says the desk will be faced 4 to 6 feet. I know that's a question we've received a lot. Is the rule 6 feet? Why does it say 4 feet? People have seen that in the county office of ed as well, but are seeing 6 feet in other places. So can you just clarify for the public?
I can. It's interesting. The initial guidance was 6 feet, but then when they released the guidelines for schools, it said 4 to 6 feet. I know that some districts are looking at, 4 to 6 feet, all of the desk facing the same way, et cetera, et cetera. And even within that, we still believe that within that, we could still accommodate about half of the students within a given classroom. Say a given class size is 30, you couldn't put more than 15 students within a classroom, even within that. And again, there's concern, and I want to reiterate that we are learning more about this virus every day. We have a clear understanding of how it transmits. I know just last week they updated the guidance from the World Health Organization that was transmitted through aerosol rather than through droplets. And so we really are learning more as we go along. And so just as we are changing our plans based on what we're learning, the Department of Health is changing their guidelines based on what they're learning as they go along too. So sometimes I find an email or a document that we wrote back in April and I think, oh my goodness, what were we thinking? So it's okay to change your mind if you learn. Okay, and next slide, please, the last slide that in this section. So then the next one is health screenings. And again, the difference is that our plan would be, should we return, even though based on the feedback would be the whole idea about parents really preferring active screenings at this point in time. Our plan would be passive health screenings simply because of the time, but we would definitely take board guidance on that and more information as we go along. And that everybody would have to certainly document that they are screening and doing those things. We also have worked on a system of notification of staff or students or whoever we need to notify actually, and that's in sort of the next phase of our reopening document for notification of people who are either exposed to somebody who is tested positive or how we work with staff who have been exposed to somebody who's exposed. So a secondary exposure, if you will, or even a third-hand exposure. So those things are all in development, have not been released yet, but certainly have been part of the task.
That's great to hear, because that's definitely, I think, a huge question that people have is exactly what happens when someone is suspected or confirmed, whether it's a student or a teacher, or staff. So I'm glad to hear that clarity will be coming.
Best to be prepared and have a plan in advance, right? Okay, so then also health monitoring throughout the day. I think this is really, really important, and that there will be, people training our staff to really, all of our teachers, I think, are pretty dialed in with their students and can, check their kids as they're coming in from recess and know which one has a headache or looks funny or, but giving them additional training and symptoms. and what to look for. And there will be a plan in place that if the students are experiencing or exhibiting any signs of any sort of respiratory illness, that they will be separated. The goal is that if we have 2 students, they will be not even sort of held together while they're waiting for a pickup and ride home. But we do obviously want to make sure that our students, should they become ill, are under the care and supervision of an adult while they're waiting. We don't want to leave a child who's not feeling well, especially in this time, in a room by themselves. And so certainly working to find out what sort of measures we would take around keeping the staff member safe in addition to the student. Okay, next slide, please. And the last one is around sanitation. And the sanitation is obviously the primary job of the custodian. And we know that our custodian staffs play a key part in this, but we also do have disinfectant in each of the buildings. And that is the plan for such a time when we do return to a physical campus, which we know will happen at some point. We just don't know when. And I do know that here at the Dent Center, we have those things around, and also additional sanitizing stations being installed. Certainly, we know that heavy use areas, that kids are in contact with, need to be sanitized multiple times throughout the day. And so that is something that we need to work through. Just today, as a matter of fact, we got our first order of sneeze guards, is what we're calling them. They're the big plexiglass shields. And so in areas where physical distancing really is not possible, such as when you're signing in your kids to the school office or those types of things, I know that a lot of front desk staff have put tables in front to ensure social distancing, et cetera, but we also do have that option of our quote sneeze guards, although there's got to be a better word for them. And so in order to give that additional layer for people. We already talked about high-touch services, but we also know that we can limit to some degree, especially with the older students, the amount of shared equipment. You know how the kindergartners can have their own box of crayons instead of the shared bucket, et cetera, and that's just one example. And so that is what we are sort of coming up with. And again, and now we also have 2 more task forces. And for those updates, I'm going to turn it over to Jennifer Sachs, and I'm going to trade spaces with her. So now we're going to be within 6 feet, and I'm going to model and put my mask on.
Next slide, please. School operations. Next slide, please. So regardless of how we come into the fall, and regardless of what type of educational setting we are provided directions on, school operations is key. We still need to schedule students. We still need to think about student supervision, how our students are getting to and from school in the event that we do have some small groups coming onto our campuses, and then of course how meals would be provided. During the survey, these were the 4 top areas where families did provide feedback. There were lots of concerns with regards to the scheduling on, even though full-time instruction was the highest preference, what about health concerns of our employees, health concerns for our young ones, and what about lost academic time and some of the social opportunities in the event that the schedules seem to be modified in such a way where distance learning was going to be the choice. With regards to transportation, questions around options existing if buses were not available. And really, we're not talking buses, but we're talking more seats on buses because there needs to be such limitations on number of students. Will meals be available to students came up as a huge theme, as well as what about my students? If they're in a hybrid model, how can I access student supervision or care? What about after school? What about if they're full-time distance learning? So all of these were top themes as we were reviewing the comments. Next slide. So scheduling, this is a sample, and kind of when it comes to scheduling, it doesn't matter if it's a hybrid or a full-time distance learning model. There still needs to be a schedule. Families need to know in a hybrid setting if they're in a cohort, an A cohort or a B cohort, what does that look like with regards to their planning? If they're full-time at home, what does it look like with regards to scheduling? When will I know I can get access to my child's teacher? In a live setting, office hours, Zoom calls, direct instruction? When will I be able to meet with my math teacher if I'm at the secondary level versus my English teacher? It's to be determined regardless of the model because there are contractual and bargaining implications. But something that is new since the last time we presented is Senate Bill 98, which does describe or prescribes daily engagement requirement that we need to provide our students regardless of the model. It also includes some instructional minutes as well as instructional expectations. So all of that is new that we are actually been communicating out to our bargaining teams. So they are seeing the latest and the requirements that we are supposed to be following as we are creating educational settings to best meet our students in this unprecedented time. And of course, county health guidelines are always our go-to, and those have changed and they've shifted. As we have discussed, our governor came out just this afternoon with more rigorous and more limited direction on groups, meeting together, some of our salons, as well as other businesses that do need to now go back to a more restricted service model. Next slide, please. Scheduling and enrollment, again, another one of those things we will have to consider regardless of our model, whether or not we start in full distance and we phase in, let's say, to a hybrid. Scheduling enrollment is huge. As we're taking a look at possibly bringing students on our campus, how will we enroll them in these different educational settings? We want to make sure that families are providing us their most up-to-date contact information. I can't say how important that is to make sure our families have given us updated emails, cell phone numbers, anything they can to ensure that as we're sending out robocalls, as more decisions are being made about fall reopening, that we can make sure that we send out information as quickly as possible and get information back so we can plan accordingly. Next slide, please. Now, transportation is something that in a hybrid model looks very different than if we do a full distance learning model. In transportation in a hybrid, it's down to almost 25%, if not lower, of the capacity on our buses in order to make sure that we're following health guidelines. Parents would be asked, of course, to pre-screen their children getting on the bus, and indeed we're providing transportation, but we also would have drivers utilizing touchless temperature checks and that sort of thing. Indeed, if we open up our campuses to a small group of children, we might be able to provide the transportation we need. It really depends on the type of model that we take a look at for the fall. Of course, encouraging families to carpool in the event we cannot have transportation to the degree and the extent that we have in the past would be something that we would look at if we decided to do a hybrid moving forward. Next slide. Meal programs. Well, just a huge compliment to our food service department that almost overnight they were able to go from serving 29,000 students to serving our families when we were having to shelter in place. The meal programs, regardless if it's a hybrid or a full-time distance learning, we still need to make sure that our families have access to food and nutrition. Indeed, on campuses, it would be staggered meal times, it would be prepackaged, but that would also most likely occur as we are setting up meal distribution centers, similarly to what we have right now. We would need to make sure we continue with curbside pickups. We would need to take and make sure we are following federal guidance when it comes to the number of meals that could be picked up. We would need to take a look at different parts of our community to make sure that we are serving and that our students have access to the meal services that they require. So again, regardless if it's something in a hybrid model or something is in full-time distance learning, meal programs would continue. Next slide. Student supervision. In a hybrid as well as full-time distance learning, this is an area that again came up on our community survey as something that needed to be explored. So when we take a look at our County Office of Education, they're actually a hub. They have a resource list available of community childcare providers for families. And that's something that, again, regardless of our model, that we need to make sure that we're pushing out in communication to our community. We do have some childcare providers that are currently on our campuses. And we have been partnering with them in order to make sure that we are maximizing spaces, that they're areas that are safe, well maintained, that we've got the safety precautions necessary in order to support the families that are at this point accessing our summer programs. Our CARES after school program should also get a huge compliment. They really partnered throughout this spring as well as the summer, helping out at our meal distribution centers, distributing resources, creating kits for our families that they could pick up. They were very, very nimble with the amount of support they could provide in a very unprecedented manner. And they will continue to do that level of support. In a hybrid model, they are already taking a look at different proposals in order to provide after school care for families. Again, with physical distancing and needing to pay attention to cohort, they were still struggling with trying to determine what kind of program they might be able to offer on A versus B days, but they're absolutely a partner in this process. And of course, all our settings need to make sure that we're following healthy and safe practices with PPE, health screenings, sanitation, and physical distancing. Next slide. Goes into our last large work area. And again, we heard your voice, and these are the 4 areas that really popped up loud and clear. Instructional access, how are families able to access instruction doing distance learning? And that had a lot to do with devices as well as hotspots. Standards and instruction, real-time access to the teacher was huge. Having access to live instruction by our talented educators, regardless if they happen to be the classroom teacher, one of our support staff, that came through loud and clear. Families really were looking for a consistent platform, consistent and equitable expectations, routines, regular feedback. Socio-emotional learning supports was also something that popped up, as well as support for our special populations of students. Our English learners, students with 504 plans, students with IEPs that need to be followed, as well as our homeless and foster youth. So as we go through the next slides, we are identifying these 4 areas as areas that we really need to take a look at regardless of the educational setting that we reopen in the fall with. Next slide. So access and rigor of instruction. Well, actually, this really should be entitled Access and Opportunity Utilizing Technology itself. So with regard to devices, Wi-Fi and hotspots, as well as instructional platforms and communication platforms, all of these are considerations. And again, regardless if it's a hybrid or a full-time distance learning. The devices, making sure we have proper devices for the different age groups that we have. I know these are things that the work group that were really drilling down deep into our technology areas popped up as work that we need to make sure that we're focusing in on. Families will be able to bring district supply devices for hopefully quick fixes. Hopefully they're not too complicated, as well as help desk support. And we were able to provide that support in English as well as Spanish, which was something that was hugely accessible to families, but we need to definitely do a better job of that as we look to the fall. Wi-Fi and hotspots available to families and staff who cannot afford possibly internet, and really making sure that we've got multiple staff members reaching out repetitively to these families in order to say, what is the best option for them? Is it low cost? Is it an actual hotspot for them or their family? So it's all about that personal connection. Are we making phone calls? Are we reaching out through cell phone numbers and all of that? Instructional platforms, training for staff as well as families, being consistent. We heard over and over again, my child has 6 teachers and every single one of them used something different. That makes the life of a family member trying to support their child in a distance learning format extremely challenging. So we as a district are trying to zero in on those platforms that we can support, not only financially, but also with the staff that we have, so we can then provide robust training for our teachers and our families. And then the communication platforms, really looking at those tools and resources that can communicate with families in multitude of languages, not just English, not just Spanish, but many, many ones that are spoken throughout our district, and engage with families through text, especially for those families that may not have fluid access to email or to the internet. Next slide. Standards and instruction. We heard this through the calls this evening, and we heard it in the survey. Regardless of the enrollment in the 3 models, we need to have consistent platforms, regular schedules, so our parents and our students know what and when is expected, what is expected to them and when it is expected. High quality instructional strategies, which does include live instruction for students, predictable routines, multiple tools and resources, but again, not at the detriment of having too many, but allowing, teachers and training them on the different ways they can engage with their students. And then exploring progress monitoring, assessment, and grading. What came up from families is once these students kind of figured out that, certain things, in their words, quote unquote, didn't count, that was problematic. It was problematic for engagement. It was problematic for holding students accountable. So that is something that we've got a work group taking a look at is really making sure that we can do progress monitoring in a full distance or hybrid model where teachers can assess, is the student learning, are they growing, and how does that connect with grading, or with regards to kind of the elementary model, how do we know that they're meeting standards and they're progressing on that continuum? Next slide. Socio-emotional learning is huge, and this is something that's popped up on the national stage. When we're thinking about this, regardless again of the educational model, we need to have established lessons and the opportunity to create safe spaces, a space where we can re-engage our families, re-engage our students in a very thoughtful way. The consistency and equity in instruction and expectations across grade levels and content area is huge. There was very much a disproportionate amount of instruction, and it sometimes varied teacher by teacher in the same school and even at the same grade level. So that is something that we are really wanting to work with our bargaining groups on to ensure that we can hold everybody accountable, to ensure that the instruction provided this fall is rigorous, it's consistent, it's equitable, and that families do feel that regardless of if it's a hybrid model or full-time distance learning, that they are getting the education that their student needs and deserves. That last bullet is also something that we've heard is training for families, making sure that we provide opportunities for almost orientations for families on the platforms, on the tools, on the different ways that we're going to ask our students and our families to engage with the instruction, whether or not it is in a hybrid model or a full-time distance learning experience. Next slide. So Dr. Aguili has really talked about our special education program and that it's important to note that federal requirements have not been waived. We still need to provide related services for our students. Our most impacted students, of course, as we've been hearing from different families as well as teachers actually during even public comment, are ones that do sometimes need intensive supports in a variety of areas. So the hybrid model might be one where maybe we start with those small groups of students that are so significantly impacted by the distance learning format. In a hybrid model, we are really looking to bring these young ones back 4 to 5 days a week. The specialized academic instruction and related services could be provided on campus in this model, but regardless, we have to provide them. We have to provide them either in person or in a hybrid, or a distance learning model. And it could look very different. It could be something that looks like a more of a teletherapy setting. It could look that maybe it's a one-on-one, having students come to campus. This is an area we definitely have to explore regardless of the model that we look at in the fall. And of course, the IEP team would be the ones to take a look at any type of decisions or amendments, whether or not they're needed, depending on the fall model, instructional model that we decide. Next slide, please. Along the same lines are students with IEPs that have individual plans and services, and they will need to be updated as needed based on the educational decisions that are being made by our board and our district. Our English language learners, they are still required to receive designated and integrated English language development regardless of the educational model. There will be required minutes in order to follow the direction of the California Department of Education and those mandates. And of course, with many of these families, we must follow through and make sure they have reliable technology, that they have access to the internet. which of course is the same considerations for our students that are dealing with homelessness or possibly in foster youth situations, to ensure that they have maximum engagement. And this was another group that we were really considering in a hybrid sense, having them come to our campuses and receive that in-person instruction as much as possible. Our staff and student services, as well as our different social workers, were ones that just moved heaven and earth to make sure that they continue to get access to community resources and services in the spring when we were sheltering in place. And I know they are individuals that are continuing to work with their families even during the summer. Next slide, please. So for more information, if you have questions about our different student groups as well as resources available, our district webpage does have quite a few links in order to support families even during the summer, but also the staff is continuing to update information as resources become available. Because as we know, things are changing, if not day to day, sometimes hour to hour. And so we want to make sure that our families are supported, and our website is a place where, unfortunately, if you don't have access to the internet, you can call our school district and we can link you up with different support services, phone numbers, as well as contact information. But there are many pages on our website that does have different tools and resources for our community. Next slide, please. That being said, next steps, we're closely monitoring trends and data regarding COVID, and we appreciate the public that's doing the same. Who would have thought a month and a half ago when we were being touted as a state that really had the curve squashed, that we're now in a situation where we are on a quote unquote watch list for the state of California. We're analyzing survey data from staff as we speak, and we really want to thank the bargaining units that are really promoting staff members to fill out the survey, so we can take a look at that information as well. We continue to monitor community feedback, and the public comment tonight has been very, very helpful as a way to inform district staff as well as our school board, so thank you. The bargaining impact, we are again continuing with conversations with our bargaining teams. Of course, that is going to be something that is going to continue and be a lot more targeted once we know how we're looking like in a fall. So as we're phasing in our programs, we know which programs or educational model we really need to put at the top of our agenda, and then work through the possible phase-ins of other models. And then family registration procedures. With a hybrid, of course, that registration and procedures and those options for families looks one way. If we do decide and we make the decision to open up and do a phase-in, and we say, it's going to be this model for everybody, that is going to inform our practices and what we release in a different, possibly a different set of protocols. So we will definitely be looking into that. And I know this was a lot it's a lot to digest. I know for staff members, as we continue to kind of work through this, I know for the Board of Education, it's a lot of information, and also our school community. But really what the ask is based on the changes on the, our county context, what's going on at the state level, as well as what's happening across our nation. We're really seeking board clarity and direction on how we might move forward with the planning process in order so we can really utilize our work groups right now to get very specific with what we want to take a look at as we see on the horizon August 13th, which is currently our return date for our students and our families. So that being said, thank you for the time, and it is now an opportunity for questions.
Great, thank you very much for that. Board questions, board comments?
If you need to come over,
I would just say it's very frustrating. I thank the staff for all their hard work, and Jen is exactly right. We had done a good job in California. We had done a good job in Contra Costa County, and I guess the politicians made the mistake of turning it over to us to be responsible citizens. And as soon as people had the opportunity, they ran to the bars, they ran to the hair salons, they went out and protested. They started going to indoor services at church. I know in my community, Memorial Day weekend, 4th of July, neighbors on both sides, neighbors across the street had big parties, nobody social distancing, no one wearing the face mask. So it's an unfortunate circumstance, but we put ourselves there by not taking this seriously in the first place. So that's my initial comment. I guess then I would also say, as Jen and Wendy said, I was in a much different place a couple weeks ago than I am now. I can't really fathom us being able to bring a lot of kids back all at once. I think for me, I would be more comfortable with starting with total distance learning, then easing in the kids that have to be there, the kids that need it for special ed. And then the next level would be the kids who, if they're not there, their parents don't work. And unfortunately for staff, it'll take a lot of time and energy to collect that data to know per school, what numbers are we looking at? And can we even find teachers that are willing to come in and serve those kids? Because we heard from over 60 teachers that are not interested in coming back. So we have a big job in front of us, but I think if we all dig in our heels, we'll be able to figure it out. But it's just unfortunate that, and I hope if our community is listening, start taking it seriously. Don't go out without a mask, social distance, and we'll get over those numbers quicker.
Thank you, Ms. Mason. Who else would like to ask questions or give feedback?
Well, I sense that I'll be in the minority. I was still hoping that we would be able to bring back a portion of the students at least. I was intrigued to hear the information around TK and 3 possibly coming back. I do appreciate that we need to look at the special ed students and the English language learners, and in particular the homeless and foster youth students. So I'm hoping that we could focus on those groups perhaps first. I think the email that we've received have indicated that many faculty members may not want to come back with students, even secondary students. I had hoped that there would be some more support for the secondary students, but that wasn't the case necessarily. My heart really goes out to those families who are making choices about being homeless because they can't find jobs or they can't continue in their positions to support their families. You know, the challenge around the child care is going to be monumental. And I have been a child care provider, and I have taken care of children whose families were in need at some point in time. So that will be, it really breaks my heart when I think about the situation around childcare and the necessity of families who need to be working in order to put food on the table and to pay for their rent. We're going to have more families that are living in who are homeless and living in their cars. I want to share that I have been participating on the sanitation work group of all of these numbers of task forces and work groups that we have. And I want to ensure the staff members and the public that this group that I'm serving on takes their role of custodian work and making sure our campuses are clean and ready for students and staff. They take it very seriously. The discussions have been intense and informative and well researched. And there's, from the day-to-day cleaning schedule to the sanitation that's required continuously through the day, and then the rigorous disinfecting. Those are the 3 stages in priority order. The disinfecting that happens either every night or intermittently during the day because of certain types of exposure. They're also analyzing how they would best handle situations when there's an ill child. So please step back as you may be concerned about sanitation and recognize that the Mount Diablo School District teams are working on that very question, and they want to do a good job, but it takes all of us just like when someone drops a piece of trash in the hallway at a school, it's not just the custodian's role to pick up that piece of trash. We're all in this together, and we can help one another when we're getting through the COVID situation. I want to applaud those parents and staff members who spoke up and said that they were interested in the hybrid or even full-time, because based on the community sentiment, they're in the minority right now, and you have to have courage to express those viewpoints to a larger audience. So I hope that we're all respectful of everyone's viewpoints as we continue with the documents that we're preparing and the plans. I also want to thank all the folks that have been involved in the work groups, and I understood all along that the recommendations and the guides were a work in progress, and they will be continually changing. So I wasn't expecting a finished document like some people had supposed in the email that we received. I was looking forward to further information from the work groups. Yes, we may go off on a tangent, or not a tangent. We may select a particular approach tonight as a board member, but as stated by Ms. Aguili and by Mrs. Sachs, we're going to have to finish the work in each one of those work groups, because the stages are going to be required no matter how we start school this year. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Calendar, Ms. Durkee.
Trying to let you go first, Ms. Durkee. All right. Where to begin? I just want to thank everybody who has worked on the task forces, on these reports. Thank you to staff and to everyone who's been on the work groups. I think there's been so many different teachers, staff, parents who have put a lot of time into those details, as Ms. Mayo was saying, of whichever task they were given. And having all those different perspectives has been, I think, really important. I'm not sure that we've seen, as a board or as the public, those details yet. And I think that's in some ways what makes people concerned. When you think about, for example, sanitation, the people on that work group know about the in-depth work that they're doing, but I haven't seen any of those details beyond the kind of simple bullet points that were in the presentation just now. And I think the public hasn't either. And so if there's some way, again, I know I said this 2 weeks ago at our board meeting, but where our work group output, the deliverables, can be posted for at least the board to be able to read those details. I know it would take a many hours long board meeting if you were to go through every single thing, but for it to be posted for those who are interested in seeing the nitty-gritty details of these things, I think it's very helpful. One of the things that I've seen in some presentations from other school boards are examples. So like for the schedules, having a day in the life for a single elementary school as an example schedule, knowing that, of course, those will vary school to school, but it gives you a sense of what would it look like, if my kindergartner were to be going to school right now, or middle school, or a high school. Those kinds of specifics, I think, are really helpful, and where we need to get to in the planning for people to feel comfortable that we do have a plan. So that's, I think, the biggest point. And I could say that for any one of these things, whether I think I've heard that from the meals group too, that they have a lot more detail than what we've seen here that they've implemented. As far as technology, I think it's highly likely that we'll go to 100% distance learning. That's my preference at this point. As has been stated and has been done by neighboring school districts, it just seems to be the safest thing at this point, not only for our children, but also for our staff. So for us to assume a 100% distance learning will allow people to plan for that as the primary starting point. But then I do like what I've seen at West Contra Costa had a model that they called student hubs that's very similar to some of the things that we've been talking about here, where you phase in, yep, there you go, you phase in the needs of students. So you think about at your particular site or in your particular class, who are those students who are really not being served by distance learning, and what can we do about that? You know, is it a simple thing as, you know, just providing a place for them to access the internet in a quiet study hall type situation? You know, do they need just a single counseling session? Some things that can be done in small group sessions when it gets to phase 2, which would be the point at which you know, the health numbers allow for us to begin coming back on campus. So the phased in approach, I think, makes sense to me. But for us to identify that 100% distance learning is the way to go so that teachers can start planning, parents can start planning. But along with that are some important pieces, right? If we're going to do 100% distance learning in exactly 1 month from today, then there are some major specifics that we need to get to, and fast. Some of those specifics might already be in these work groups. We just haven't seen it yet. So let's get that figured out. In terms of technology, the types of things that I was thinking that we would be seeing at this point in the game are specifics in terms of needs assessment, recommendation, and cost for hardware, software, and technology help desk. So as far as hardware, I think this is something I've been asking for quite a number of months, is to know what is our basic data ballpark. I know it's not going to be exact, especially because we'll have different enrollment in the fall than we have right now. But looking school by school, what are the number of devices that we have, and what would it cost to take us to one-to-one Chromebooks for grades 2 through 12, or 3 through 12, I guess is what we're looking at, and then some sort of tablet device for TK to 2, right? That is a specific thing that we can really figure out. And once we know that number and we know that need, then we can move forward in advocating for the resources for that thing, right? In the technology work group, we did hear that there were certain students who didn't get credit for their course because a Chromebook was not adequate for the digital academy and the college course credit that they need. That is a very specific thing that we need to make sure does not happen again next year, right? A Chromebook was not adequate, but those 10 students could have gotten the right device and it would have made a world of difference to them. These are specifics that we need to figure out. We ordered 600 mobile hotspots. I understand that. However, I know that our homeless population is at least, I believe, 745 students at last count, possibly more at this point. So how are we going to decide which students get the 600 mobile hotspots? Is that going to be enough mobile hotspots? In terms of software, the things that other districts are talking about and approving at this stage in the game are what learning management system are we going to use? Districts are looking at things like Schoology or Canvas. Again, this might have been discussed in a work group somewhere, but we as a board haven't seen it, and we haven't approved the cost of this sort of thing. But I think if we can get to the point of those specifics, the learning management system and being able to say, for example, we're going to use Schoology, will get our parents to the point where they feel comfortable enrolling in our schools. If we don't get to that detail very, very soon, a lot of parents, I think, are going to opt out and go to other places that do have those specifics in place. So I think this is really crucial. In terms of technology help, I know that the tech team has been working on a plan to have a much more robust help desk that would also be able to work with multilingual for parents and accessible not just by phone, but also by email or text. There are systems that do that are specific costs. We should be approving that tonight if it's going to be in motion by August 13th, right? So what I think I would like to propose then in terms of technology is that we add a special board workshop on this topic between now and our next board meeting, if that's possible, because otherwise I just don't know how we ensure that we are really ready to serve all students in 100% distance learning model starting on August 13th. So that's technology. And then in terms of if we're doing this distance learning model, I do understand, as Ms. Mayo was saying, childcare is a huge issue, right? And we do need to be aware of that. We need to be doing something about it. So I understand that there were some great bullet points on the presentation today about that there are resources out there. Can we put those on the front page of our website very clearly for people to be able to access what are the childcare options, especially for our teachers who are going to be trying to teach and take care of their own children at the same time, and for our essential workers who are parents. Let's get those partnerships, listed up there very clearly, as well as clarity about enrollment. On the front page of our website, it should be clear how to enroll in our schools and how to enroll in the specific programs. I'm still not clear if there's space in our Horizons program, which I've been asked about multiple times. I understand that it's not just a home study program where the parent is the teacher for K through 8, but that it's also the Horizons CIS program is for grades 9 through 12, where a teacher is one-on-one with the student. I think our public doesn't know about that. If there is space in that program, can we get that on the front page of our website and get that information out? I think those are my main points. Oh, one last thing on transportation. If we decide that we're actually having people on campus somewhere, my biggest question on transportation is specific to Mount Diablo High School. Has someone been discussing that, and what's the plan? Because that is a huge issue that's very, very different than anywhere else in our district. And those students are some of the ones who have been, at least in the spring, I think, falling through the cracks the most, according to whatever data I've been able to gather from the spring results so far.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Count. Ms. Durkee?
So I'm going to try and keep it very brief. So again, I can't thank the staff enough for all the work. And I think there's been a very big focus on trying to manage the task force and the workers with integrity to really ensure that people can participate, and it's a very inclusive. So I know that's no easy feat. So none of this is perfect, and all of it's happening way too fast. That's the reality. And then the world around us is changing moment by moment. So, so I don't disagree with anything anyone else has said. I think, maybe giving some clarity about what we are thinking needs to happen now, or, really the decision about going back with full distance learning, so that, there's some clarity for people, all stakeholders, to know, okay, this is where we're going. Maybe having that direction can then help with, putting get more specificity that, that's needed. I mean, that's the problem just nationally, is everybody's trying to grab onto something that's concrete. We want direct answers. At national level, they can't even, nobody can agree there. They're throwing people off the task force, that it's like, so we're in this chaotic sort of setting, and it can be very disturbing for the adults who are supposed to be helping the children. So, so I think as much as we can try and, again, be calm and thoughtful about, where we're at right now, give direction that we, the most rational decision right now is to plan to go back distance learning, maybe using the structure that the state is using and the country is trying to use in terms of phases could be helpful. And so what are some, benchmarks or criteria to move out of phase 1 into phase 2 into phase 3, knowing full well, like we've just experienced, that's going to change, but at least it's some concrete points that people can look at. We've got, I'm always leery about making decisions based on how many emails we got on one thing, because you just don't know if other people are just not weighing in. But clearly, there's not 100% consensus out there about what should happen. And it's so, it's just so complex. I don't know, when parents say that they want their child back in school full time, what they're imagining in the classroom. We were trying to do that across the board. We just literally don't have enough space. It's just not physically possible. So I don't know if they're thinking, well, we're not going to have to do all this, social distance. I'm not sure what, I'm not sure everybody has a complete picture in their mind. So anyway, I think we need to move forward. And I think, if there's, I don't know how we do this as a board, but, just a general sense that for right now, distance learning is the only thing that makes sense. we definitely want to have it be a robust distance learning. And I think we did hear a lot of things in the presentation on some of the details about where they're focusing on limiting the number of platforms, those kinds of things. So I think, between now and when schools opens, to be able to have grappled, how do we improve distance learning, which includes the access issues. I think we just still have a tendency to think inside, like in the context that we're so familiar with. We may never go back, to the way things were. I think sometimes people don't even get that, who knows? So anything we can learn about how to do distance learning better is just going to be a good thing. And so, last spring it was like, we just got to get something going, and it's just because we have to do it, and we'll just do the best we can. And everyone was very understanding of that. And so we just have to get really good at this. And so anyway, that's, I think it's in everyone's best interest if we just give direction tonight around distance learning, opening, and then with that, what do we need to do to make that work well, and make teachers feel good about it, and do teachers have everything they need? And I think, we always think in terms of price tags, but maybe we're at a point now we just got to go for it. I've heard, teachers don't necessarily have the technology that makes it work for them at home. Do we need to be giving them more technology at home? Those kinds of things. So anyway, I don't know that I added anything, but I just think we should give enough direction so people can move forward. We've got a structure of task force, and like you said, just let them keep drilling down and coming up with ideas. And I think more specificity now would be helpful.
And along the lines of what you were just saying, as far as making sure teachers have the technology they need, I think the other thing that we've been hearing is for other staff, our classified, our special ed assistants that have been trying to assist from home but haven't had the access to the technology or the internet that they need. So that's an important piece of all.
I guess one of the points I'm trying to make now is that I think so much of what's been happening now has been in the context, we're only going to do this for a while, and then eventually everything will be back to normal. And I think we need to put that aside. We need to get parents who are in this horrific situation where their job is not accommodating. I mean, the business world has to wake up to this as well. You're going to have people who need to be home with their children because there's no place else to bring them, So there's a whole new reality that has to happen universally. Schools are under the gun right now, but so I think we have to stop thinking it's going to go back to the way it used to be. I don't think that's in the near future, honestly. And so that can help us, I think, be a little more creative and, kind of let go of some things so that we can open ourselves up to other ideas. So as usual, I'm flying around the 30,000 foot level. That's usually where I hang out. I get it. But I also appreciate the need for more detailed and more specificity. But I think you're doing it. I mean, that's the thing. I don't want the staff to feel like you haven't been focusing on. I know you have. And I know a lot of people have been putting input. We just need to keep doing more and more of that. So
I was curious if the teacher survey includes a question whether they want to do their virtual instruction from their classroom or whether they feel safest at home.
That specific question was not included in the survey. We absolutely do have that option. I mean, the students getting full-time distance learning at home, when everybody was sheltering in place in the spring, that was actually an ask from many staff members was, can I go to my classroom? Can I get my equipment? Can I just do it from my room? And that absolutely could be an option for the fall. An individual in a classroom is a bit different than 15 students plus a teacher, cohorts of kids, even though it's 50%, let's say, of the kids on campus in the hybrid model, again, looks very different. And so that is something that we have broached and mentioned that to some groups. It also allows us to be able to support staff members that in the past have had concerns about their own internet and accessibility and utilizing some of the tools. So that does address that issue as well.
Okay, Great, thank you. So a couple thoughts here. I think we need to figure out the best way to disseminate some of this information, because Ms. Calland, I think many of the questions you had, I know, and I've heard from people on task force that we do have answers and there's work being done there. And so we'll look to Dr. Clark, I think, to help coordinate the dissemination of some of that information, because you know, I don't think expanding the presentation here at a board meeting is necessarily the way to go, seeing as how we are now 6 hours in since we started closed session, and we're going to need a meeting extension shortly because we actually haven't even gotten to the consent agenda yet. So I don't think that this is necessarily where we disseminate everything, but to make sure that we do provide that. So I think that is one part of it. A second part is, you know, I do absolutely agree. I think we have to provide very clear guidance tonight as a board as to what direction we are going to go. And, you know, starting with Ms. Mason, I think that, you know, the fact that we are in this situation, there is no getting around it. I think that we did a really good job of shutting down in March. And that was part of the difference between us and, say, New York. But in the last 4 to 5 weeks, the numbers have spiked. And, you know, our best opportunity to get our kids back in the classroom is if we shut things down now and keep people safe and allow ourselves to, you know, get to a point where we're able to get kids back into our classrooms when we can do so safely. That is our goal. But I think we have to plan on starting August 13th, 1 month from today, with a 100% distance learning model. I think that we also have to set some guidelines as to when we're going to do check-ins. I would suggest something like 3 weeks later, we do our first check-in, and knowing that 3 weeks after that, if we were going to make changes, you know, I think that's something that would align with like the high school model and some of their timing and things like that. So that we say in 3 weeks after the start of school, so now we're in early September, that we're going to look at what can be done, how is it going, and things like that. You know, I think we've heard, and also if we do, I think we need to make it very clear when we talk about TK through 3 or special ed students, any of those students, when we say that they'll be able to return to the classroom, I want to make clear that we're not looking to force people to return to the classroom, that if people are in a distance learning program, it's working well, or they have concerns about safety, we're not looking to force people to go back to the classroom. That is not something I would advocate, but rather to give the option and to start small with it and make a gradual transition to it. I think that, you know, as Ms. Mayo said, I think one of the most heartbreaking things about this is the impact on the families, that people who are struggling to pay rent right now, people who are struggling to, you know, pay for food, and the fact that childcare is going to be a massive, massive issue. I think we need to be very creative with even thinking about our school facilities, how we partner with daycare providers. Are we willing to open up our school facilities in new ways and give them access, and think about what we can do and build partnerships? But I think that we want to be very, very flexible in this, because this is a unique circumstance and we need to do everything we can to support those families. You know, I think we've certainly heard loud and clear from our teachers and other staff that many of them are not comfortable returning to the classroom. And I think that the flip side of that is we may need to make very clear that many families were not comfortable with the idea of having distance learning look like it did in the spring, and that there needs to be much higher levels of accountability. I think that's both from teachers and from students as well, in terms, and families, that we need to have very clear guidelines and expectations as to what that looks like, that it's not, you know, there are some teachers who just did a fantastic job, but many teachers, because of their own situations and because of their student situations, there was not a lot of instruction going on, that there were a couple of Zoom check-ins and things like that. But we need to make sure that there is a very high standard with academic rigor come August 13th for our students. and in along with that, making sure that everyone has access, as Ms. Count was talking about. So those are, for me, some of the big ticket items here. But I do think that we're not scheduled to take a vote on this evening. And before we do, let me pause and give Dr. Clark here an opportunity. And I think one of the exciting things is, I've seen some of the work he's done in Vallejo. We had an opportunity as a board during our interview process to go in depth with Dr. Clark on this. It's one of the reasons all 5 of us are so excited to have him on board. He already spent time since the selection meeting with members of staff and getting insight into what we're doing and giving feedback. But I'd love to give a chance to Dr. Clark here to share his views on this and any thoughts.
Great. Well, again, thank you. And I do want to thank staff for the presentation and all of the work groups that contributed to the information that was presented tonight. I know, as someone who has been deeply entrenched in this process since March, just how frustrating it is to basically be traveling down one road and then all of a sudden, hey, no, you gotta take a turn here and so on. And that has been consistent throughout this entire process. And so, but I want to start from a place of sort of unity with our unity with our parents and with our students and with all of our staff. I mean, we did hear from many teachers tonight, and we heard from some from the special education department. However, there are many staff members who call Mount Diablo their home, and we really need to respect the voices of everyone. And then I think that we also need to really be intentional as we begin to move forward, because Trustee Mason was absolutely correct, is that this is a human behavior issue, right? And so as we're intentional, when we talk about we're going to open schools when it's safe, well, what does that mean? That is going to mean that as people, we are making safe decisions, and that means wearing masks. That means keeping a distance, washing our hands, doing those sorts of things. Outside of that, what more is safe? Like what does that mean? So this is going to be with us for some time. I mean, we are not going to go back to, the way things were back in September of last year. We are going into a new reality. And so the worst thing that we can do is to basically use up the energy that all of our people have. So really focusing on one particular plan or one particular initiative and dumping resources and time and effort into it. And then just because this is just our reality, then it shifts and we're heading into a different direction. Now, everyone who, spent time and resources and energy, they're now going to feel deflated in that their voice wasn't heard, or that why did I do all this work if we're just going to change it? So we have to be very intentional as we're going forward in in our academics, in our social emotional work, in our technology, in our staffing. I can tell you one thing: with staffing, one size is not going to fit all. What we're going to what we're going to ask our kindergarten teachers to do is going to be very different than what we're asking our AP US history teachers to do. It can't be a one size fits all model. So in order to get to that, we are going to have to build trust. We're going to have open dialogue and communication, and we're going to have to be very transparent with that. And we're going to have to all come from the same position, as we are all doing what is best for students and for staff and for our families. And so, again, I think that I'm hearing loud and clearly from the board that that distance learning is how we are going to start off. And so with that direction, I can start finding out from staff exactly, what has been done in that area and where are our gaps and where are the areas that we need to address immediately. And then what are some of those long-term steps that we can begin taking, and what are some of those things? If it is an investment in technology or it is an investment in a platform, let's make sure that we're not having our parents and students and teachers all learn one platform that we're only going to be using for 3 months, and then we're going to be moving on to a different platform. So those are the types of things that that I'm going to be looking for within the district, and of course, I want to get input from from as many people as possible. I really want to thank the board and especially thank President Lawrence for for the work that's been done over the last several weeks and months, and in really fielding a lot of these questions and a lot of these concerns. But next week when I start, or actually probably tomorrow, or depending on the clock here, I'm on board now. So I'm here to take this off the board's shoulders and just have the board govern and ask those questions of me and give me that direction so that I can then talk to our stakeholders and get the answers that are needed. So with that said, we're going to go intentional. It's going to be done out of respect and collaboration, and it's going to be done with an equity lens on what is best for everybody, all students, all staff, all families. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you for that. Can you? Dr. Clark and I are working out our rhythm of muting and turning off volume, so apologies for that. So thank you for that. And I think just as a final point is that this is not going to be ideal for anybody. I think we recognize that this is going to impact everyone in our community, and the way we're going to get it through it is by working together, by recognizing sacrifices that people are having to make, being empathetic, figuring out, being creative. And so whether it's babysitting co-ops, across the board creative solutions, that I think there is an opportunity for innovation. And I think part of the model that excites me is when I look at our graduation ceremonies, and the fact that when we approached it and the idea of not having traditional in-person Concord Pavilion graduations, that was really disheartening, and people felt like, oh no, this is my student has worked their whole career for this, and now they're not going to get that graduation. And they didn't, but they got something different, and in a lot of ways they got something that I think was even more special. And so I think our community really shined, and even as we blend back and hopefully we're able to return to those larger graduation ceremonies, I really hope we keep some of that creativity and blend them together and have a model that's even better. And I think that's part of our opportunity here. So I do just want to make sure that we give clear direction to Dr. Clark and to staff, but I'm hearing a consensus from the board that all the board members are on board with the idea that starting August 13th, that we would be going with a 100% or very close to it, based on if there are some minor tweaks to that, but a predominantly 100 distance learning model with some check-ins. And Dr. Clark, I would defer to you, but something like 3 weeks in, that we would do some type of check-in and assessment with an eye towards, we do want to return to the task forces, the work that's been done and on behalf of like the hybrid model. I think it's now, instead of doing those in parallel, instead they become more sequential, that we start with hybrid and then we're going to look to the hybrid is maybe that's our next step. And so I think all that work that's been done, that still gets leveraged. It's just the timing of it changes some, and we need to continue that work. But I just want to check in with each board member and make sure we're all comfortable with that kind of synopsis there. And
the only thing I would, again, I've said this already, but add to it, if there's any way possible to do it like, this county and the states like stages. So, right now we don't have to put a date on it, but say when these dynamics change, whether in the broader community or in our school district, whatever, then we can begin to look at stage 2, which could be the hybrid. And I think that just gives people a little something to hang on to, to point to. It's like, we know there's another phase that could come into play when the numbers, the COVID numbers are down a certain level. Or I don't know, I don't want that to become a big project in and of itself, but I think to the degree that we can do that, and at least kind of set some goals. But because then it's like, well, the COVID's, it's like this spiking again. We shouldn't have to be debating, whether we should be putting a bunch of people in rooms together. It should be obvious that you're not going to do that. You can't do that. So I think the scientific way that the health departments do it might benefit us as well right now, to kind of structure it a little bit. Well, that would be my only addition, but other than that, I agree with what Brian is saying.
Yeah, and I think the other similar model is the one that West Contra Costa County talks about, because they describe it as phases. And so hybrid wouldn't be phase 2, it'd be more like phase 4 or 5. Phase 2 would be much more small, tiny groups of students coming in for individual things that are the highest need items. That are the least conducive to distance learning. And so with those tiny groups, you can start to test things out and then eventually get to the other phases.
So I would just, I think, now is the time for us as a board to actually start getting out of some things that we've been in, and deferring to our superintendent and looking to him for guidance in terms of, but as a suggestion, looking for phases and timelines as you determine, and working with staff, and that would be something we would look forward to in the future. So
my response was going to be that I trust Dr. Clark. He's heard where we're at, and he will come up with the plan.
Yep.
So one thing we didn't talk about was instruction for essential workers. We heard from police and medical individuals who are working that they were unable to find childcare and or felt that their students' education was lacking during our earlier sessions. So are those type of essential workers a population that we need to consider to support our entire community when we're phasing in the other groups? I recognize, I'm going to have to go along with the group as far as virtual instruction for the beginning, but I'm still concerned about those really sensitive groups that may need a little bit more attention.
Right, I think so my understanding is the county office has some, they quite consumed with providing childcare, right, for essential workers, but I understand what you're saying.
The county office isn't providing childcare. Cocoa Schools is coordinating all of that. There isn't a
that's under the county office, right? Well, anyway, we don't have to get into that, but I'm just saying to look at the details of it. So, in terms of the resources that are out there. So yeah, I understand what you're saying.
I see Dr. Clark writing it down. Okay, so in a moment we're going to need a meeting extension, but I think, and to Jennifer and to Wendy, Dr. Aguili and Ms. Sachs, thank you so much. And just wanting to make sure for the presentation tonight, as well as everything prior. And was that, so Jennifer and Wendy, certainly you'll be working with Dr. Clark on coordinating this, but is there anything that we haven't covered yet that you would need in order to help bring Dr. Clark up to speed, or have we covered it this evening?
No, we appreciate, even though, an official vote did not occur, you've definitely provided us additional clarification. So we know where to spend our time and energy as we move forward. As you can imagine, having work groups kind of on 3 different tracks, at this point, and I know board members have expressed this, we have such limited time that we want to put all of our time and effort in order to address the educational setting that we do believe that we're going to be starting with. Not that that's where we're going to end, but at least start with that understanding that we're going to have stages, phases, whatever we decide in order to best meet our students, but also keep everybody safe and well. I'm looking to my partner in crime, who's more than 6 feet away, to see if she had anything to add.
I think we're fine, and we appreciate the guidance, and we look forward to working with Dr. Clark on next steps, knowing that it will be the next step of many steps.
Yep. Thank you. The only other part of it I would include is just, you know, I think we've heard from community members around timing of the start of school. You know, certainly I think this is, again, where we want to look to Dr. Clark and staff for a recommendation. I think there are trade-offs either way here. You know, there's always a urge to, hey, we want more preparation, we want more time, but at the same time recognizing, you know, we've been in this kind of limbo since, you know, for 4 months now, and it'll be 5 months come the start of school. And at some point we do need to move forward, and also knowing that, hey, we're going to need time during the course of the school year to stop and calibrate and make changes as we might need to, and do additional professional development training on an ongoing basis and not just at the beginning of the year. So I think we would just look to Dr. Clark and staff for recommendations to the board there. And so we'd be open to that. So with that, thank you again to everyone who has participated. The work is incredibly valuable and very important. With that, I would ask for a meeting extension, considering we're not yet on our consent agenda, but we're getting there quickly.
I'll move that we extend the meeting till midnight. All right, is that enough?
Do we have a second? Oh, Mrs. Mayo, ye of little faith.
She doesn't like it. I know, you can tell. That's why I
I'll
should have
second.
just let you make the motion. Mrs.
I'll
Mayo.
second it because Joanne was brave enough. I was going to say the same thing, but I thought
We always
Trustee
get it
Mayo
wrong,
will tell
don't
me
we?
I'm-
We never get it right.
Okay.
You want me to make it later?
No.
No.
Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
I vote yes.
Okay, Ms. Durkee.
Yes.
Ms. Cound.
Yes.
Ms. Mayo, I strategically come to you last. How do you vote?
No, because we rush through items and don't have ample time for discussion.
Okay, I also vote yes. It passes 4-1 for a meeting extension. But I will do my best to be expeditious here to make
Are we
sure
not allowed to do a second meeting extension if needed?
we
Against
are.
the rules?
So if needed, we are. So we do have that as an option. And so now we will move along to the consent agenda. And I am just taking a quick look because I believe from staff that item 13.12 that staff has asked us to pull that. So
So we're skipping board reports tonight.
we can do board reports if the board so desires.
That's the
I just
first
wondered
step
'cause
in getting done by midnight.
Yeah, I know. I'm okay. I had one little thing, but it's not.
Find a way, slip it in. It'll give our viewing audience something to look for and see if they can identify what your board report item was as you slip it in.
Well, say, you know, so I was being good. I was going to say it earlier, and I thought, no, we have board reports. I'll wait till then. So,
Okay.
but it's just very brief.
It'll be like, where's Waldo?
Yeah.
All right. So we'll move along to the consent agenda, which, so as I was stating, if someone could pull item, if we could pull 13.12, the staff has indicated that item is not quite ready. But outside of that, are there any other items that we would like pulled?
Okay, I have 1311 and 1313.
Okay. And is there anything else?
Mr. President, I move the board approve the consent agenda with the exception of 1311, 1312, and 1313, which have been pulled for separate consideration or for a future board meeting.
I'll second that.
Sorry, I actually have one more. If no one else is going to pull it.
Too late. No.
Are we at 1320?
And 1320. Okay. Ms. Mayo, are you good with adding that to your motion?
And I wanted to extend. Yes, I'm good.
Okay. And you're going to make me pay for it for the rest of the night. Okay. So consent agenda with the exception of 1311, 1312, 1313, and 1320. Had a motion and a second. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cowan?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Consent agenda passes 5-0. We now move along to 13, what was previously item 13.11 for separate consideration. And so that is the review and potential approval of Imagine Learning 3-year contract. Ms. Counds, did you have questions or comment on this one?
Yeah, just along the same lines of our technology planning, I'm assuming there was a work group that was looking at all of the different software that is needed, including Imagine Learning and other options as well. I mean, we've heard of a lot of different things that teachers would like to see. There's one called Dreambox. There's a lot of other options out there. So what would be helpful is to understand what's challenging for me is to see these appear on board agendas individually here and there and not understanding how it all fits into the big picture plan of how it is that we're streamlining and planning for our distance learning.
Okay. Ms. Sachs, is that one that you might be able to address?
I can talk about how it was incorporated into, well, it's been in our district for several years. I'm going to share with you a little bit of information that was shared with me, that they're currently going to be used in schools where there's dual language programs, such as Meadow Homes, Cambridge, Ignacio Valley, Shore Acres, Bel Air, Bancroft, and Holbrook. Imagine Learning Espanol is a K-2 program, so we will use the licenses primarily to support students that are in need of additional support in Spanish in those grades. So sometimes our students that are actually learning English as their second language, it's really our English only students that are learning Spanish as their second language that Imagine Learning is something that is very, very helpful to them. The licenses will support both English only students learning Spanish, as I said, and Spanish speaking students learning in Spanish that could deepen their skills in their primary language. This is something that was built into the distance learning that was happening in the spring. And actually this company was very, very helpful in ensuring that we had not only licenses for our students within dual language, but also they opened it up to, additional licenses in order to make sure that even our English only students that were struggling a bit in their English language development, as sometimes they do, also were able to get the resources. So this is something that, as you're asking for more specificity with regards to our distance learning program, this is something that's actually being incorporated as we speak, as well as some of our other online software, in order to ensure that as we look to the fall, now that we have a little bit more guidance, that we will be having a robust program that actually can support our English only students as well as dual language.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, that's helpful. And then when we get to the point of looking at our overall plan, I assume we'll see where this fits in under the dual language piece. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Appreciate it.
Okay. Is any further questions, or else is there a motion on item 1311?
So I did have one further question. Will this only be available for the students at those schools, or if there is a need for a student in another district program that needs support in Spanish because that's their native language, will they be able to access it as well?
Thank you for that clarification. Yes, the licenses, there are additional licenses to help students that are being assessed at an LPAC level 1 or 2. And those we generally refer to as our newcomer students. So regardless of what school site they attend, they will have access to the program as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think that comprehensive support is needed across the district, not just in the dual language programs. Thank you.
All All right, so on that note, I move that we approve the Imagine Learning 3-year contract.
I'll second that.
Okay. Motion, Ms. Cound, second, Ms. Mason. Ms. Mason, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. 1312 will be brought back at another time. So we move to item 13.13. Ms. Cound, would you like to ask questions on this one or share information? Ms. Cound, you're on mute.
Thank you. Okay, I was trying to pull it up on the same screen. But it says it's a request to replace outdated warrants that are outdated after 2 years, but then the date is more than 2 years ago. So I am just not quite understanding what this is asking us to do.
Yep.
Hi. So the warrants expired in 6 months and it gets stale dated. And we normally contact the people, but sometimes people moving or cleaning up things and they discover a check, it was issued to them. And if it's past 2 years, we are required to bring it to the board and get the approval for issuance.
So as this was Ms. Mason and I had this explained to us, and our understanding was that there were some checks, there were some warrants that were lingering, and they may have been sitting on someone's desk, or so this was cleanup of those type of things.
Okay, so normally we don't just say it's been more than 2 years, it's canceled, that's it. We do actually go back on those.
Yes. So normally it comes to us, people bring it to us much sooner, but sometimes time to time people discover it in under the bed or somewhere in their house. And if it's after 2 years, then we need board approval to reissue the warrant to the person who was issued originally.
Are there circumstances where the obligation can just be voided? I think that's where Mrs. Cound was going. My viewpoint is these are funds that are owed to individuals, whether they're an employee or it might be a parent reimbursement for mileage. We still have an obligation to provide those funds if the check wasn't cashed.
That's my understanding.
Okay, thank you. All right, so then I move to approve item 1313, request to replace outdated warrants.
Second.
Oh, go ahead, Ms. Mayo.
All right, motion, Ms. Cound, second, Ms. Mayo. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. Thank you for the clarification, Mika. And so with that, we will move to item 13.20, which was review and potential approval of the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalents of classified personnel. Ms. Cound.
Thank you. We received a question in our board comments emails that was stating that there was a violation of the CST contract. Let's see. That positions are being eliminated without any communication with CST leadership. So they identify item 13.20, positions being eliminated such as the senior secretary at equity and disproportionality, wondering who is going to do those duties, eliminating the middle school instructional media assistants, who's going to do those duties, and the secretary position in student services being eliminated per PAR's retirement. That one they say is incorrect. The secretary position has been vacant for almost 2 years. So
I can speak to the PARS retirement one. In order to be able to have the 15% non-replacement, there were a couple of positions where when we were talking with the county office and we were reviewing it with PARS and the numbers and targets we had to have, that it was appropriate for us to trade a couple of positions out. And that's what we did in those instances, because it's a little bit harder with CST to have 15% non-replacement when a lot of those positions are school site secretaries and registrars and treasurers. So that's what we did in some of these. And I did the fiscal math side. The recommendations were brought to me from others.
So it seems that the question was more about process, perhaps, as to at what point do employees get notified or CST get notified about these positions? I'm sorry, that last piece was a different question as I'm reading the rest of this. She said, at Loma Vista Adult Ed, the assistant director called a member to inform her position was eliminated and she had 2 more weeks of employment. But Ed Code reads, my member gets 60 days from board approval. So she's saying there was no communication to CST leaders and wrong information provided to her member.
I can't speak to that. That's really more an HR question. My department doesn't do the notifying. I'm not sure if Ms. Sachs knows about that either.
Okay. Yeah. So perhaps this is something Dr. Clark can follow up with staff on and get a coordinated response, please. Okay.
Thank you.
Is there a motion on the item? Dr. Gonzalez, is there a time necessity on this item regarding PARS and a need to do it tonight? Or would there be the opportunity to revisit this when there's more clarification?
Anybody else here in the room pressing issue for this one right now?
Can the motion be made with the exception of those 3 questions?
So I guess my question is more to those 3 specific ones. Is there a time urgency to those, or would we want to proceed with the other ones with those 3 exceptions, or do we need to consider the whole thing this evening?
Well, what I would suggest is considering the whole thing, only because we're using this information in order to prepare our 45-day budget. Mm-hmm. That's the only sense of urgency that we can come up with right now.
Okay.
And if there's a correction that needs to be made, can it be corrected at a subsequent meeting?
Absolutely.
Okay.
All right.
We'll have to make a motion.
All right, in that case, I move to approve the request to increase and decrease full-time equivalent of classified personnel 2020-2021.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Jerky. Ms. Jerky, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
I'm a no. Before I vote, I like to know what the real deal is, so I'm a no.
Okay. Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Okay, I will also vote yes. Item passes 4-1 with Ms. Mason voting no. Keeping us on our toes, thank you. And so with that, we'll move along to item 16.1, review and potential approval of the July 9th, 2020 mediated tentative agreement between MDUSD and the Mount Diablo Education Association. So this has been a very long time coming. And so we are very appreciative to the bargaining teams on both sides and to the work that it took to get there. Ms. Sachs, do you have background on this one?
I think we sent you something, President Lawrence, but really what we want to do is just thank both bargaining teams for all of their hard work. Majority of the TA was something that we were able to agree to, but we did have to spend a bit of time in order to take a look at total compensation. And I know the fiscal department had done a ton of work in order to make sure that the latest state financial information was something that could be analyzed and utilized in order to create a compensation offer, which we do appreciate that Medea. And, you know, as we went back and forth, we were able to agree upon. So we just really want to thank again the teams for all of their hard work. It's been a long time coming.
Yep. So back in December of 2019, the district had reached a tentative agreement with Medea, which ultimately that was unable to be implemented due to a variety of factors. So the teams got back together and resumed negotiations, considering how do we move forward in light of the current circumstances, including the pandemic and financial crisis stemming from that. So, while we are unable to implement all of the terms of the original agreement, the two sides did work hard to identify areas which were still possible in order to recognize the hard work of our staff and also maintain fiscal responsibility for the district. So I really want to thank both bargaining teams for their willingness to be creative and with a problem-solving spirit to it, to achieve a resolution that helps us move forward despite the challenges ahead. So thank you very much for that. And then Ms. Sachs, I believe there was one minor change to it as well. Can we speak to that?
Yes, we did have to get the TA signed off. Again, there was a piece, kind of a loose thread that we had to button up. It had to do with class size reduction, that in the event we were able to reduce class size by one student in some of the elementary grades, meant that we had some language added that if we had to go one student over, there was some flexibility. So now that within the TA that we're not decreasing by that one student, we needed to take out some of that other language about possibly adding a student. So we do appreciate Medea staff that did find that. And so we made the correction and we had the TA signed off, or a revised one today.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Any board questions?
You want a motion?
I would love a motion.
To move you along. Mr. President, I move the approval of the tentative agreement between Mount Diablo School District and Mount Diablo Education Association.
Second.
Okay, motion by Ms. Durkee, second Ms. Cowan. Ms. Cowan, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Congratulations. Motion passes 5-0. A long time in coming, as I said. And I think there is certainly, I want to express, and I think I speak for Ms. Durkee as well, that the two of us, our time on the board is coming to an end in a few short months, but we are certainly hopeful that in the future with the when the financial situation for our state and for schools in California improves, that there will be more that we'll be able to do. So I know, Ms. Durkee, that was something you and I both expressed. I don't know if there's anything else you wanted to say, Ms. Durkee, specifically.
No, that's great. Yeah, absolutely. We just hope things are going to get better all the way around. So yes.
All right. Thank you for that. So we move along to item 16.2. Review and potential approval of job description, senior account clerk. And so I believe Dr. Gonzalez, this would be over to you.
No.
No.
This one goes to Dr. Aguili.
Okay. Dr. Aguili.
Medi-Cal.
We can still hear you through your mask. It's okay.
Oh, I was taking it up. So when we trade places, we're closer together. So it's easier when we're across out of the space. So anyhow, so this particular position is because our contract with County Behavioral Health requires a specific skill set. We actually, this job description plus the next one after this job description go together. And in a little while, we're going to be talking about our mental health collaboratives. And in California, there's different Medi-Cal programs. There's 3, 2 of which are designed for school systems and 1 of which is an actual medical program. And we actually have 3 staff members, 3 positions that do this work at the moment, 2 at the 1 level and 1 at the higher level. And what they do is they take all of the billing notes from our mental health therapists who work in our mental health collaborative programs. Currently, those programs are located at Sunrise and Olympic and YV High School, Mount Diablo High School. And we also run a separate counseling clinic that's staffed by about 9.5 FTE of our school psychologists that serves students with mental health needs with itinerant therapeutic services across the entire school district. And they serve both students in special education and students who are not in special education. The work is currently being performed by people who have the more broad job description of senior secretary or school secretary. However, because the work is so specialized, we felt like we needed to identify the position. It requires specialized training from the county behavioral health and also separate billing numbers and billing privileges, et cetera, hence the different job descriptions. So basically we need these to access our incoming funds, which last year were about $3.5 million to the district.
Okay. Great. Any questions from board members or any discussion?
No, I'd make a motion. We approve the job description for senior account clerk.
I'll second. Oh, sorry.
I'm going with Ms. Mayo.
That's
as my
fine.
second. So motion, Ms. Mason, second, Ms. Mayo. How do you vote, Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Mayo,
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Cound.
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. With that, we move along, staying with Dr. Aguili to item 16.3, review and potential approval of senior accounts specialist. Is there anything further to add, Dr. Aguili, or did the explanation from the previous one cover it?
It's the same explanation, but there's two different roles within the program. One is more of a training role and the other one is more of an input role.
So I would make a motion. We approve the job description for senior account specialist.
Okay, and a second?
A second.
Okay, second by Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason,
Yes.
Ms. Cound,
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Okay. We move along to item 16.4, review and potential approval of Glenbrook Academy. So Dr. Aguili, staying with you.
Thank you. So I believe there's a presentation that goes along with this. Here we go. Okay, so if we can go on to the first slide, please. All right, so as a single district SELPA, Mount Diablo is responsible for providing a continuum of all of our different programs to all of our different students with disabilities. One of those particular strands is our students with learning disabilities, and another one is our students on the autism spectrum, and another one of our strands per se is our students with social emotional disturbance and behavioral needs. So as you can see within our district, that always starts out at the basic tier 1 level, which is the classroom supports. And as we get more intensive through the different levels, we are offering separate programs, including our school psychologist counseling, all the way up to our separate therapeutic services, which are provided by mental health therapists in our Fred Finch and our itinerant programs. Following up to that teal level up at the top, where we have our mental health supported programs, where we have special education teachers and therapists located in the classroom, as well as itinerant therapists located around the programs in order to support students who are in crisis. And finally, our most intensive level would be students at our non-public schools and also in our county and residential programs. Today, the level we're going to be focusing on is on that second level from the top, which is our mental health supported programs. And again, that's where we have a teacher in the classroom along with our classroom staff, our classroom assistants, and also our therapeutics support within the program. So next slide, please. So right at this moment in time, we have programs located at all of these different school sites. And again, what you'll see is the different school sites listed, and there's two different notations within the programs. The first one are the starred ones, and those are programs that are currently operated 100% by the district. So those programs are all fully staffed by Mount Diablo employees. We have teachers in each one of those programs, plus our own therapeutic staff. Plus, we also have all of the other supports, including our speech therapists, our occupational therapists as determined by IEPs. We also have our clerical support and our administrative support. It's worth noting here that the program at Mount Diablo High School formerly was operated by a non-public agency called Families First. And about 3 years ago, we brought that program back into district operation, and we were also able to expand on that program. We were able to build out a program that served a specific niche of students, which would be our students who are diagnosed with emotional disturbance and also fall on the autism spectrum, which is kind of a unique program to the district. So each of these programs is operated in partnership with County Behavioral Health in order to support the program. The reason that the programs are listed are in red are because previous to the school year, those three programs were operated by Seneca Family of Agencies, which is a very large non-public agency that has multiple programs. They don't just operate school programs. They do provide therapeutic programs in other school districts and counties, but they also provide such other services such as mobile response teams, foster care services, those types of things. They're a very large agency. So next slide, please. So previous to this school year, and now I'm going to talk not just about all of the programs in general, but only the three programs that I just mentioned. We're talking about the programs at Pleasant Hill Middle School, Riverview Middle School, and at the site which is Glenbrook. We call it Glenbrook and Olivera interchangeably. So if I switch backwards and forwards between the two, that's my error, but we do use both of those terms. So up until this school year, the program has been operated, and Seneca has provided all of the therapists through their non-public agency. They refer to them as therapists, or what we refer to them in district as behavioral health specialists. Those people are licensed clinicians, either as licensed social workers or licensed marriage and family therapists, and they also hold a credential, a PPS credential, in order to be employed in that position. And that position is funded through County Behavioral Health for the students who are Medi-Cal eligible, and Mount Diablo funds the difference. So that's a dual funded role within our district. Mount Diablo, however, is responsible for the academic portion of the program. So the teacher and the assistant, and all of the other sort of ancillary things that go along with that, you know, like administrators and related services, all of that is fully funded through Mount Diablo. And so that's how it was until this school year. Next slide, please. However, coming up for this new school year, what we are proposing is that all of those positions be taken back over by Mount Diablo. So as you can see, Mount Diablo will still continue to fund the teachers. We will still continue to fund the assistants like we always have. But in addition, we will also hire the therapeutic support and the administrative support. This is something that we have undertaken in the past, as I mentioned, when we brought back the program from Mount Diablo High School from the non-public agency Families First. And so in order to accomplish this, what we did is we worked with Seneca, first of all, on how we could divide up those programs, and I'll talk a little bit about more than that as we go through. And we also worked through County Behavioral Health. So what used to happen is that Seneca would receive funding from County Behavioral Health in order to fund the Medi-Cal therapists, and they would receive additional funding from the district in order to fund that Medi-Cal piece. Next slide, please. So the amount of money that Mount Diablo paid was about $1.2 million, and then the rest of it came from County Behavioral Health. The top line was to fund the Medi-Cal students' therapeutic services at Riverview and Pleasant Hill, and the bottom one would be to fund therapeutic services at the Glenbrook Olivera. So that is where the funding to come from. And this is not to address the classroom staff. This is only the therapeutic staff. And I would first point out that this is not an insignificant amount of money, but I would also point out that these are students with not insignificant needs. These are our very highest tier of students. They are certainly students at great risk of self-harm, and they are at great risk of school failure should we not provide the appropriate amounts of supports for them. And so we are simply going to propose that we repurpose the money, and instead of going and sending the funds to a non-public agency, that we hire those programs in-house, and we hire the staff, and we operate the program internally. Next slide, please. So as you can see, here's sort of the staffing allocation before. You can see all of the Seneca spots on there, lots of Seneca spots you can see. But if you go to the next slide, what you will see, next slide please, is that we are proposing that we bring all of those positions in-house. And you can see it more clearly here, which is why I wanted to go to this slide, because you can see in red that should we take over this, we will be hiring 3 additional teachers within our district rather than sending the things outside. We will be hiring teachers at Pleasant Hill, and we'll be hiring classroom assistants, which we already did, so that's not technically new. But the reason why it's highlighted is because we have made a proposal to the CSEA unit that we do make a new job description that would be at a level commensurate with the needs of the students, especially in the high school population. We know they're bigger, and we know they have more intensive needs, and we want to make sure that those staff have the right amount of training and ongoing support needed. We also are hiring therapists in order to support those programs, and the therapists are all listed as we said, and again those were formerly always Seneca therapists. We've also put forth a job description, if you remember, 2 board meetings ago for the clinical supervisor, and that's the person. It's a bit of a misnomer because it is not an administrative position, but what they do is provide clinical support to the therapists in order to make sure that those students are getting what they need. But in addition to that, that particular role will also be the person who is really responsible for unifying the site. Sometimes when we have 2 different sides of the program operating, and we have the educational side along with the therapeutic side, there tends to sometimes be a few disagreements maybe about how things need to go. So we really want to make sure this is a clinically based program with research-based interventions and therapeutic services. So that's why we put the clinical supervisor in there. However, we also know that these programs do come with very intensive needs of other types of support, such as holding IEPs, working with families, working with parents, holding the whole program together. So when we built the budget for the program, we did build in an additional program specialist in order to oversee it. And again, that is not requesting additional funds for the program. It's simply repurposing funds that would otherwise have gone to provide that position within the non-public agency. They did have program specialists. Now we're proposing that we hire one of our own. And we also will need a new Medi-Cal billing person, such as the job description that you just approved, because our contract with County Behavioral Health is going to be increased, as we just mentioned on 2 slides ago, so that we will be able to generate that additional revenue in order to be able to fund the program. So if we can go to the next slide, that's covered the staffing piece of it. And so now what I think we need to talk about is that this non-public school formerly served students at Pleasant Hill and Riverview, and now we plan on doing that same thing here. So there will be no change in those sites. The same students will be attending the same sites. We have worked with those principals in order to make sure that we have the right staff in the right seats in the right amount, and make sure that the programs will operate in a almost like a seamless, smooth transitional process, although that will look a little bit different now. We've had distance learning on both sides of the, the break. But as far as the Seneca program, we were really clear that students with mental health needs don't just exist within Mount Diablo. And we did hear very loud and clear that there were a lot of community concerns, especially from the rocket ship staff, regarding the impact on their campus, right, because of this program. And so I do want to really point out that Mount Diablo is going to propose that we operate that same program on the Glenbrook Olivera campus. These are the students that they've served all along. This is not a new program with different students. While I did hear from the public comment that there were some concerns about some of the behaviors and some of the language that was used, I do want to point out very clearly that when Seneca operated the program, they did operate a couple of different models out of there. First of all was a hospital step-down program. That will no longer be in operation. We are not planning to operate a step-down hospital program. We are planning to move another one of our home hospital programs over there, but that's a little bit different. I'll talk about that as we get to that slide. But the good news is on many levels, mostly because the severe shortage of mental health programs out in East County, is that Seneca agency has already secured a facility out in Brentwood, located at the Old Dainty Center school site. And so they are going to be operating a program out there. So that's excellent news, because what it means is that those students who were transporting into Mount Diablo campuses coming down Highway 4, sitting in the buses for many hours a day, can now be served in their home community, which will also build capacity out there. And it is also beneficial to our school site, because this program will be about 2/3 the size of the old program, which we do believe will reduce impact to the rocket ship site too. And they're working on a plan for fencing and separating those out too. And the non-public agency also, for those students who are coming from West County, Seneca does operate a program out at a school site out in West County also that will continue to operate, as well as their programs in other counties, such as in Oakland. So at this point, you might be asking, how are we staffing the program? And I thought the same thing when we discussed taking back all these programs at once. How are we going to staff them? So we have actually been quite aggressive in that. We are recruiting teachers through our EdJoin process. We are continually seeking out teachers who have an interest. Special education credential is a very broad credential. It allows you to work with many, many different types of kids. But we are actively seeking out people who are choosing to work with students with emotional disturbances, and especially beneficial is if they have that non-public school experience. Should any of the Seneca staff apply to work with us, we are happy to hire them, and we have in fact done that already in the teacher ranks. As far as the therapeutic staff, we've been very, very successful doing outreach, not only through EdJoin, but also our current contingent of therapists have been very helpful in reaching out along their professional networks. And so far we have offers out to 14 different people. There's a little bit of a backlog at the state when it comes to credentialing and licensing, especially for newer therapists, but we're working through that. And we are very optimistic that we can have all of those staff in place. We did successfully hold interviews for the leader positions, and we had both internal and external candidates, which we were very pleased about. In fact, one of the staff that we are have an offer out to is somebody who left Mount Diablo and chose to come back to the district in order to be part of this program. So we're quite proud of that fact. Our hope is that we will recruit for a program specialist as soon as we get approval to do so. And again, the Medi-Cal bill, we were waiting for approval to move forward and approval on the job description. So a lot of moving pieces within this project, but I think they're going well. And then last of all would be, next slide, please. Okay, we need to keep going. Sorry, I skipped a slide. And then the students, and these are the things that we've talked about before, is that we're very pleased that the students will be able to return back to a campus that they're familiar with. We did hear from parents and students. I actually met with a student in my office who really wanted to tell me how much she needed to go back there, and it was really important to her, especially after being disrupted in March, right? So I got to meet with her and listen. I was quite excited about that, and we're going to let them do that should this move forward. We do plan on offering the same very small classrooms for the students. We know that's what they need, and the same level of behavioral intervention and therapeutic support. The administrator from our team that we've assigned over there does have a very strong behavioral background. She is working on her own BCBA. So we feel like they're going to get the best of both worlds in that part. We also are hopeful that it will increase opportunities for mainstreaming because it's easier when the students are enrolled in a district rather than as a non-public school in order to get them to mainstream. But I think probably the thing I'm most excited about turned out to be the fact that we do have plans to move our home hospital program there. And as you heard earlier, that is a program which requires doctors say so to get into that. And it's really for students who have either physical illnesses or mental health needs that really preclude them from being in a campus. And a lot of those students, when we looked at the data, disproportionately are experiencing anxiety, depression, those types of things when we look at all of the data. So what we're hoping is, it's really difficult. The program is located currently on Westwood, which has been a really, really gracious host to the program. And they've truly gone out of their way to support our special education programs. But what we're hoping is that we have this program sort of off to the side of our campus where we already have therapeutic staff involved. And it will create sort of a more gentle entryway if we can get them involved in that larger campus and start bringing them to school onto a campus, which would be more appropriate for social emotional groups and social groups and sort of things like that. So that was an added bonus, but it's one I'm really proud of. So just happened to work out that way. So exciting stuff. So that's about all of the information that I have to share, but I'm more than happy to answer any questions that you have regarding the project.
Board member questions?
I just want to say thank you for this excellent presentation and the details that you've presented. You answered, I think, any questions that I might have had and that many of the community have expressed, so much appreciated.
Anytime.
Preemptive presentation.
It's finally exciting to see the transition to this program, which has been, a vision for a while. So thank you.
7 years in the making, but who's counting?
All right. Any other questions or discussions? Otherwise, we can move for a motion if a board member would like to offer one up.
I would make a motion for the approval of the Glenbrook Academy.
Second.
Okay, I'll go second from Ms. Dirk. I'm giving it to you, Ms. Dirk.
I mean, I'm really glad. I was just trying to help move along. So, yeah.
And I want to reward that. So, Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Count?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And so we move along to our good friends over at Curriculum Associates with the iReady software. So review and potential approval of annual contract with Curriculum Associates for iReady software licenses, diagnostics only. Ms. Sachs.
Yes, here we are. Here we are. So we have a revised contract for the board to take a look at this evening. And I just want to highlight a couple things. There has been a revision actually to the item that the additional 500 licenses for 2 specific schools that we did have on the item, the sites have asked that we not purchase them at this point for them. They want to revisit that with their teacher teams as well as their administrators. So that would be for some Terrace and El Monte. So to share with you about kind of the evolution of the contract, as most people know that we had a very robust contract with lessons, instructional lessons, as well as diagnostic, and it was part of a very comprehensive instructional and progress monitoring plan, where we had all of the students, TK through 8, take an iReady diagnostic several times during the year, as well as has access to all of these instructional lessons. We've been doing that for the last couple of years, and the contract was revisited at a board meeting in March. And really it had a lot to do with, you know, the amount of time teachers as well as students were utilizing the elements within iReady, but then also it was such a cost item. And so at that point in March, we decided that we would take another look and we would pull off the instructional lessons, which was actually a saving to the district of about $500,000. There was an ask that we would bring some groups together in order to revisit some of our different progress monitoring tools. We started that conversation, and then the pandemic hit, and we were not able to fully complete that process with our committee that we had brought together. Since that time, we did bring an iReady contract back to the board, but we knew that we needed to have additional conversation. So the team met again several times, and actually I want to recognize Board Member Cowan's participation in one of the committee meetings, where we really took a look at those 3 areas that we were needing additional progress monitoring support with, and they're connected to different types of education code. The 3 areas are for reclassification purposes for our English learners, a universal screener or a type of diagnostic to ensure that we're monitoring any type of learning loss, as well as support needed to provide tiered instruction for students. And then the last area was math placement. Out of a couple different conversations, we have revised the contract, and that's what you see this evening for your review. That after many a question and some research, that we are recommending that we utilize iReady only for reclassification for grades 3rd grade through 12th grade. Someone might ask, well, what about the younger ones? Well, we identified a couple other assessments we would be able to use that is calibrated. So we can compare English learner scores with English only students. That would help with that purpose. So hence the reduction. So it would be grades 3 through 12. In the area of diagnostic and universal screeners, we also identified some other tools that our teachers will be able to utilize, and they have at their fingertips to address the needs of the younger students, TK through 2, as well as all of the students that are either at grade level or approaching grade level. So the additional licenses beyond the reclassification would only be for English language arts, and only those students that after a first assessment really are showing significant deficits and fall into a tier 2 or a tier 3 category. In the area of mathematics, we feel after an analysis, we have other progress monitoring tools and assessment tools we could use. And then also with regards to that ed code around math placement of students, as they move levels, we do feel we have other tools for that. So we started with a very large contract as we started this last year. We revised it down to something that was even, more streamlined, and now we even done even further. So the contract moving forward, hopefully for your approval tonight, would be one, only for reclassification or licenses for reclassification for English learners and English language arts only, 3rd through 12th grade, plus some additional licenses for grades 3 through 8, only in the area of reading. And this would be at a cost of $49,000. And again, we are not moving forward on this agenda item with the additional licenses for those 2 schools.
Okay, thank you for that. Questions?
I just want to thank Ms. Sachs and the team for all of the hard work that you put into that, all the thoughtfulness and really gathering input from so many different places in terms of what those other options are and what's already being used in various parts of our district. It's very exciting to see the free and high quality options that were identified and that we'll be able to move forward with, and that in the coming year when we have very few, potentially a few opportunities for in-classroom time, that will be able to be prioritized as face-to-face time with our teachers, which is going to be even more important this year. So thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Any
Question.
other questions? Please, Ms. Mayo.
So the docket says $49,521 plus $3,000 for from Title I funds. Is it a total of both then, or is it just one, the $49,529?
It's the 49,521. We would be removing the 3,000 from the Title I budget since those two schools did not move forward. In the event that schools, all Title I schools or elementary and middle school were asked in order to provide their feedback on whether or not at this point in time they wanted to add that, and we would utilize centralized Title I funds. At this point, they said, you know what, we're just going to wait and see. So in the future, they may come back and decide that they really do want to utilize that, especially since we're doing something more. We've been a bit more clear with where a direction is and possibly our reopening plan. But at this point, it would be only the 49,521.
Thank you for the clarification, because that means that the board member that makes the motion shouldn't say as presented.
All right, are we ready for a motion?
We're very ready.
Mr. President, I move that we approve this annual contract with Curriculum Associates for iReady software licenses, diagnostics only for 2020-2021 in reading and not in math.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second the motion with the amendment for $49,521.
Thank you. I was thinking after I finished that I should have said that, so much appreciated. Amendment.
All right. Ms. Mayo, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Durkee?
Yes.
I also vote yes. And thank you very much, Ms. Sachs and the team on that. So thank you. And it brings us at 11:23, Ms. Mayo, to our last item of the evening, which is the review and potential approval of the Williams Quarterly Report. I will just call out that not surprisingly, since we have not had students on campus, that this covers the period from April through June of 2020. And so there are no items no complaints were filed with any school in the district during the quarter indicated above. But I did ask that we pull this off the consent agenda just so the public could see this and we could show it, but I don't know. Ms. Sachs, anything further to add on that?
No, nothing more to add.
Okay. So
I'll make a motion. We approve the Williams Quarterly Report for July 31st, 2020.
Second.
Okay, motion Ms. Mason, second Ms. Durkee. Ms. Durkee, how do you vote?
Yes.
Ms. Mason?
Yes.
Ms. Mayo?
Yes.
Ms. Cound?
Yes.
I also vote yes. Item passes 5-0. And with that, we are complete. And so we'll end by saying, oh, Ms. Mayo?
So I don't know if Ms. Durkee got her comment in. I wanted to say when I said Cocoa Schools, the provider for childcare was Cocoa Kids, which provides, and I apologize for mixing up the names. The other question I have, Mr. Lawrence, is are we adjourning to a closed session and then we would need to be finished by midnight?
We are not. So we're just going to adjourn. There were no closed session items. We had looked at, just to clarify for the public, we did look at carrying over the superintendent's evaluation to give us a chance just to chat with the superintendent, but it's late. We'll have lots of opportunities and board members will be connecting with him. So we are not carrying that item over. Ms. Durkee, was there a comment that, I don't know, if you slipped it in, it was very subtle and I didn't catch it.
I didn't
so.
slip. There was not, it didn't feel appropriate. So I had a couple things, but I'll save one for later. Just this Saturday will be graduation for adult education. case anybody didn't know that. I think it's at 10 a.m. Not totally sure how it's going to work, but I think it'll be similar to what we saw with the comprehensive high schools
Great, thank you.
at Loma Vista Adult Center.
Okay, thank you for sharing that. So with that, welcome Dr. Clark, and our meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.